reform to the Supreme Court is so incredibly crucial to this election, to the continuance of the American democracy. Our freedoms are at stake here, and this court could be the deciding factor. There's 100% going to be another attempt at an insurrection if and hopefully when Trump loses. They will try and do October 6th again, but it will be much more than just October 6th. Sorry, October 7th. Oh my god, I'm further in than you guys even know. I'm at the BB speech. Christ. January 6th. They're going to try and do it. The Republican Party is going to do another October 7th. Trump and MAGA, they want to do October 7th. They want to do it so bad. No, I'm sorry, guys. That's so... What I meant to say is January 6th. January 6th was a disorganized mess, and they didn't accomplish anything aside from scare the shit out of Congress. But this time around, they're going to be much more prepared. There is 100% going to be legal challenges if and when Trump loses this election. Those legal challenges are going to get brought all the way up to the Supreme Court. This Supreme Court will have the ability to say, no, I think actually Trump did win the election, even though he didn't. And this would be... Could you imagine the issues that this would cause? Could you imagine how we would go about dealing with something like... There is so much at stake here, and so much risk in the power that the court has, that it absolutely needs to change. There needs to be reform put in place. And so far what they've done is set up Project 2025, which in and of itself, the knowledge of Project 2025 might swing this election on its own, as we're going to see what I was looking at before. But they've also been responsible for going out of their way to purposefully dismantle parts of our government that are essential to essential for it to run the way that we do, as we know it. And them overturning things like Chevron is an example of them taking that away. Chevron was what kept the administrative state functioning. Chevron was so important in empowering non-elected government officials and experts in areas to be the ones that are making changes to and consulting with Congress on decisions that they've made. Government needs these. For an example, the EPA, when they are dealing with a pesticide, let's say, and trying to know whether this pesticide is harmful to humans or not, they do a study. They send the study to Congress and say, hey, this pesticide is harmful. You need to make it illegal. That is part of their job. When Congress passes this law, it is also part of, well, it was also part of their job to read it and see if Congress messed up, if they have done something wrong, and change it without having to go back to Congress to do so. That's gone now. A congressman writing a bill about this pesticide could propose legislation that in no way on purpose, in this particular example, is designed to have a side effect that would harm the ecosystem that it's being used in significantly more than the alternative. And obviously he doesn't know, like the guy who signed this in. This state's congressman was the one responsible for this bill. the EPA experts noticed this, and they would have been able to just change the law, change what the government, that what the legislative branch had produced, and tailor it with expert knowledge and opinion to function as efficiently and optimally and towards the right outcome as much as they can. And now we can't do that. Now this has to go back to Congress, and Congress has to do it. These are all steps towards reducing the power of the executive branch, increasing the power of the judicial branch. Because if Congress did produce this said law, and the Supreme Court thought, no, that's unconstitutional, no basis in reality, they can do that right now. And they don't want anyone to be able to stop them. The administrative state is the wall that fascists need to get through to fully break down the government. The thousands and thousands of unelected workers in the government that are responsible for tiny, small decisions that have huge impact. These are people like electors. There are people that work in judicial branch, that aren't judges, that aren't the ones making decisions, but they want those people to not have any power. Because bureaucracy is not an environment which strict authoritarian fear-mongering and control being a strict formula of that being constantly pushed is not, they're not adaptable. The bureaucrat wants stability. The authoritarian wants induce chaos in which they will use to gain power from. So, of course, they don't want the. This is all set up for Project 2025. And this is search results for Project 2025. Huge thing because of my head. Spike. Search results here. And the idea of Project 2025 is terrifying. But when you actually read it, and people have had more time to read it now, as it is 900 pages, tends to come off a bit horrific. Give it a read, please. Actually, go open any single chapter of it. Just download the PDF and type in a number that isn't, I don't know, 1 through 5 and 953. Something, pick something in the middle and just read a page of it and see what it looks like. What the brain inside of the Republican MAGA, so the ones in office, of Mike Johnson, of I honestly, I'm gonna be right now. Even though I should, I don't know the names of a lot of Republican Congress people. They're so horrible that I see the news, instead of really reading the name, I just look at the state and how horrible it is, and go past it. Not. However, Google searches Project 2025 have surpassed Taylor Swift. And that's huge. a lot of people search for Taylor Swift. A lot of people music by searching for her. There's incredible amount of fan activity that results in searches for her. Like, this is not a small achievement. Trying to distance himself from Project 2025, which also shows you that this is not helping him. It's pushing people away from the party, and they know this, which is why they're saying lies. Like, when the people who wrote Project 20 were part of Trump's administration. In fact, that up. So this is a list of ex-Trump administration officials that are involved in Project 2025. We have Paul Dans, was the chief of staff at the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. 20. One of Dan's tasks was liaising with the White House to help fill roles for the approximately 4,000 presidential appointees across the federal government, and is director of Project 2025. So, the guy whose job it was to help fill empty roles with the one director of. That's a pretty big connection. Just say, I have no idea what this is about, as prior. Stephen Groves. Groves served as a special assistant to Trump to defend him against Robert Mueller's investigation into possible Russian interference in the election. Served as Trump's deputy press secretary in 2020, and he previously served in 2017 as chief of staff to Nikki Haley while she was U.S. ambassador to the nations. Groves was an editor of the Project 2025 policy document. That's another very close member of your former staff, instrumental in this document. There is Schretine, right? Schretine. Spencer Schretine. Correct me if that wrong and you know how to say that correctly. Schretine served as a special assistant president in 2001. Job involved identifying, recruiting, placing political employees at all levels of government. Served as associate director of Project 2025. Another person whose job it was to fill roles in the government with administration. A lot of that requires talking to Donald Trump. They know each other. They talk to each other. They're in the same political circles. People were working with the Heritage Foundation who are pretty involved with the Trump administration and are the ones who obviously are publishing Project 2025 as their document, as well as every mandate for leadership that they've published for presidents beforehand, which, if you don't know, you should look up the mandates of leadership. You can go all the way back to Clinton if you like, and look at what the Heritage Foundation has laid out as their essentially their wish list for this presidency, and then Google them and see how many of them actually come true. It's actually terrific. The fact that this is legal blows my mind. That a think tank filled with people not elected, funded by private billionaires with their private interests, and documents to the president, expect them to be fulfilled. But beyond that, we still have Jonathan Berry. Berry served as counsel to the Assistant General in the Department of Justice in 2018. Berry was also part of Trump's presidential transition team, 17, advising on ethics and legal policy. Yeah, I would trust nobody in this administration on anything to do with ethics or legal policy, because they would ignore both. Have Adam Candia. Candia served in the DOJ as the Deputy Associate General in 2020, and in 2020 served as a high-ranking commerce official in the Operations Administration, Telecommunication Administration. Justin J. Carmack. Carmack served as Chief of Staff to the Director of Intelligence in 2021. Carr, member of both the Trump and the Biden administration. Carr was appointed to the Federal Communications by Trump. Post expired in 2023 and was renewed by Biden. It will expire in 2028. Also on the list of those who contributed to 5. Yes, this is currently a part of the Biden administration. This man. Liberals, what are you going to do? Ben Carson. We all know who Ben Carson is. He was a famous doctor before he decided to throw all of that away because he wanted nothing more than to have Donald Trump's dick in his mouth. So Ben Carson. Ken Kelly served as the acting Secretary of Homeland Security from 2021. 2020, a congressional watchdog issued a report saying that he was unlawfully appointed to this. I could keep reading these. You know what? We'll finish. Not that long of a list. Really stick the point in there, middle of another segment that I've gone on a tangent. But just ignore that. That's fine. Rick Dearborn. Dearborn served as the deputy staff in Trump's White House in 2017. Prior to Trump's inauguration, Dearborn worked as the staff director in the Presidential Transition Team. Diana Burtkoff? My best guess at this. They're hard, guys, and sometimes you gotta try them. Fail. Please correct me if you know how to actually pronounce that. But there's nothing wrong with failing to pronounce the name. It's better to try than to not. And that is totally me just trying to make myself feel better for well, I was going to say that poor woman's name, but she sounds like a piece of shit, so you know what? Fuck you. She's acting acting assistant secretary for economic policy at the Department of the Treasury. Gilman served in 2 roles in the Department of Commerce. 1, financial officer, as well as the assistant secretary for administration. Andy Cara served as the chief of staff for the A in 1. Also worked as a policy advisor for the EP. I hope she never works in the again. Hamilton served as counsel. J 2071. Jennifer Hazelton served as public affairs official to at the Agency for International Development, USAID. Also served as public affairs official at the State Department. Guys, this is a lot of people that were part of the Trump administration, who are credited with having written or contributed to Project 20. Getting really improbable that has no idea what this is. Not that it was ever probable to be. Troop Hemingway served as Associate Director for National Security, White House Presidential Personnel Office, tasked with vetting new. He also founded the Republican Presidential. Dennis Kirk. Kirk was supposed to be chairman of the System Protections Board on agency with federal employees, including whistleblowers, opposed to fired. Trump nominated him. However, the Senate delayed the confirmation. He never ended up serving in the role, or did not have enough members to function. Bernard McName served as commissioner for the Federal Energy Regulatory. Christopher Miller served in 3 roles in the administration of only 7 months, acting as Secretary of Defense, August, Director of National Counterterrorism Center. From November until January, he served as the acting Secretary of Defense again. Moore was not a member of the administration, but advised him on his presidential campaign. Was nominated for serve. Faced criticism following surfacing of historic articles he wrote disparaging. As you should know, guys, Republicans hate women. Most of a lot of the Republican, but Republican men, they hate women, even if they don't know it. Trained into the culture that they live, to their mindset. This is not to say that all of them are bad people. Obviously, not all Republican voters are fascists and Nazis and terrible. A lot of them are really just scared people, or desperate. I've been tricked, led down a path that, based on lies built from some semblance of truth. Unspread. Namdar served as acting. Look, honestly, you guys got article on your own for stock. The larger point, important one, is that the public knowledge and perception of Project 2025 is already hurting Donald Trump's re-election chance. Republicans broadly, enough that saying that he doesn't know anything about it, he's backing away from it, afraid to endorse it and say, yeah, I love Project 2025, like he would love to. Okay, I think that was a bit of a detour that we took. Long enough. Let's actually finish the segment.
You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world.
Must try this again, I guess. Ah, cool. Lovely. So, why can't I hear him? That's the issue. I need to be able to hear him. I'm supposed to be commenting on. Second go.
will keep rallying. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American
That's why.
people.
There we go.
That the United States is not at war anywhere in the world.
What?
We'll keep
okay, well, no, we need to go back
century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world.
That's a lie.
Because this is
let's back it up a little.
Extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence or any violence ever, period. I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence, our planet from climate crisis that is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my...
Look, guys. The climate crisis is not something that we can really put as Biden as having done much on. He hasn't made things worse, and he certainly has made some improvements, but on the climate front, nothing tangible has been made. There's just don't believe much of this.
My cancer moonshot, so we can end cancer as we know it, because we can do it. I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform, because this is critical to our democracy. Supreme Court reform. You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world.
Officially.
We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin from taking over Ukraine and doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history.
This is true.
I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China...
In regards to the Pacific, Biden has been okay. There hasn't been as much agitating done towards the Chinese from our end under Biden. Not so much, at least, agitation in regards to the Pacific that have been public. There have been lots of instances of Chinese ships and ships allied with the United States having issues. Australia had one not that long ago that made news. There is a large amount of tension there, but the way that Biden dealt with it was quite good, and that was by subsidizing the construction of the giant factories and the buying of the materials and the tools and the machinery and the training of Americans would do this job in order for us to be able to build our own advanced microchips in the next decade and not be reliant on Taiwan, which at the moment produces, I think it's 96% of the world's advanced microchips. And this is really one of the key points of this Cold War that we're in with China, in that we really need Taiwan, because at the moment, not only our military, but our civilian population, these microchips go from anything from your phone to your car, to your air conditioner sometimes, to your microwave. And we can't afford to lose Taiwan and lose access to this entirely. South Korea produces a small amount. China is also having this issue in that they cannot produce the same quality of advanced microchip. They don't have the technology, the workers with skills that are tailored to this industry enough to make their own. And what we did, instead of some of the things that Trump put forward, like the I went over this in a previous stream. A person who worked for the Trump administration last time around proposed that we start live testing nuclear weapons in the Pacific again. So what Biden did instead, more rationally, was prevent U.S. Chip makers, which sounds contradictory based on what I said, but the companies that own and have these chips produced are American companies, but they're not made in America. They're made in Taiwan and then shipped to America. They are still the property of these American companies. Like Nvidia, for example, was a big one, that are now not allowed to sell their advanced microchips to China. I've seen reports that this is still happening. I don't know enough about it to go into that right now, and obviously I really do want to finish this segment as much as I keep getting stun locked today. It just seems to be that kind of day for me. I think that was pretty good. I think that it could have been much worse. Obviously, we could be doing much better on the China front, but you do what you can with what you got.
Would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, and bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war.
I'm not going to say anything.
We're also working around the clock to bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. We've come so far since my inauguration. On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities. We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression.
This is true. Biden was much better on COVID than Trump was. Not that was quite a high bar. Sorry, hair's bothering me. But he was better on it, and a lot more people could have died. Like, the pandemic could have been a lot worse if Trump had gotten reelected right as it was really getting going, I think it made a big difference in the overall outcome for the health of the country that Joe Biden was in charge of COVID. And I applaud him for what he did there. He did excellent with the shitty situation that he was given when he entered office. In regards to the economy, again, inflation is down. It doesn't really matter unless you're uber wealthy anyway, because overall inflation doesn't affect you as much as it makes corporations want to raise their prices and gouge money away from you, which they have been doing since COVID. Everything is more expensive now, and I've been over this on a previous stream. It has no right being as expensive as it is. There's no reason for it. These companies are purely and simply price gouging. They took the pandemic, they took the war in Ukraine as excuses to inflate the price of goods and services, particularly food in a lot of places, to a level that's far, far above the actual increase in price that they would have had. That is what was driving inflation. And again, that number is not a thing that affects the average American. However, what does is wages. And although wages have been low, sorry, take a moment. although wages have been rising in parts of the country, little by little, the majority of the country is still not making a livable wage. But it's slightly better than it was. Give him credit for that. It was a really tough economic situation. It still is. There are solutions that could be put in place, but he hasn't done them. But he's done, again, better than what some others may have.
The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. We came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure.
October 7th?
Today, we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down.
He did also create, I did forget to mention this, he did also create a lot of new jobs, which is good. He was pretty good for labor. Not that it is enough to balance out the bad, but he does deserve credit for it.
The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities. Manufacturing has come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation. We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription.
We've not beat Big Pharma, but this is good.
Drugs for seniors. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors.
Good.
More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of the most significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials. You know, most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years. Today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today.
What? Are we offline? No, we're up. God, my bots really don't work. If any of you know how to work bots, please send me a message. I could use.
When the previous administration left office, I've kept my commitment to appoint the.
Hold on, that's gonna look bad on the VOD.
First black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America.
If you guys chat, I'll put it back up. Like, talk to me, ask a question, talk to each other. This is important. We got to engage. We got to be a community. We got to work together. We got to think and critically analyze what we're watching here. Like, yes, I know this is incredibly boring. It's Joe Biden speaking, but we got more interesting stuff to go over to after this. And be social. Talk. This is good for you, and it's good for the country. Do it for America.
I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and be a president for all Americans. That's what I've done. I ran for president 4 years ago because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world.
Rhetoric is like, he's not doing poorly. He's just not inspiring. Thank God we have Kamala2024.
That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now.
I mean, the Republican Party has walked away from it. The Republican Party walked away from it like 80s, 70s. God, this plays well with older audiences, but there is no American dream if you're a millennial. There or Gen Z. the American dream is dead. There's no going and getting a full-time minimum wage job, going to college, buying a car, your white picket fence house, your wife and your kids and your... No one's fucking doing that. You can't afford that house. You can barely afford the car. You can barely afford to eat. You gotta get 3 jobs now just to have a place to live. Oh, and you still gotta have a roommate, depending on where the hell you're living, unless you're in the middle of the country, in which, okay, but then you can't get access to food half the time because in rural areas they don't put supermarkets close enough together that there's food deserts. This idea is ridiculous, and yes, we should be striving for it. We want this back, but to imply that it's been anything but a fantasy, a dream, especially for the last 20, 30 years, is nonsense. It's just nonsense.
The American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I made my views known. I'd like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country. Now the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin's hang on.
Okay, I think that's enough. Like I said, just to round this out, because it's been a really long segment, and a couple roundabout detours. Joe Biden did not make this decision on his own. He was pressured to by members of the party to an extent that if he had not, then they were likely to go to the media for help. And it took him till almost the very last minute to make this decision. Probably not happy about it, but I'm very glad that he's endorsed Kamala. And this strategy of he's going to focus on being the president and make some actual changes before he leaves office. Great. The judicial reform especially is so necessary and important, and we hope that it goes through. This is what we have by AP. Biden seriously considering proposals on Supreme Court term limits, ethics code. It depends on whatever that means, and obviously, an ethics code that would be enforceable under law amid growing concerns that justices are not held accountable. That's really important, because at the moment, we have nothing to hold them accountable. Obviously, what are you going to do when the highest court in the land is the one breaking the law? What court are you going to bring them to? We need a system that's created to deal with this issue specifically, and I'm glad that that's being addressed. That should probably be issue 1. So we don't have too much information on it, but like I said before, any changes would require congressional approval, which would be unlikely in a divided Congress. But with Republican nominee Donald Trump bragging about putting 3 justices on the high court, who are now part of the conservative majority, Biden's call for major changes could help animate voters. He's also considered calling for a constitutional amendment that would eliminate the broad immunity for presidents granted by the court in its most recent term, after Donald Trump claimed he was immune from prosecution for his actions on January 6th. Good. You're not going to get that constitutional amendment passed, because to get a constitutional amendment passed, you not only have to get states, not all of them, was it 2/3 or half? So 3/4 of the state legislatures. So 3/4 of the states need to approve a constitutional amendment. But beyond that, once that's done, this also needs to go to Congress. And they need to brush up on my... I did this very busy day. Oh. Two-thirds of Congress needs to agree and ratify this on top of 3/4 of the states. You're not getting a constitutional amendment passed, not in this climate. Maybe, let's just dream big. Good things can happen. Maybe Kamala Harris will do so well that she will succeed so thoroughly in her presidential campaign that we get the House and the Senate as well as the presidency in the election. Then sure, maybe you got a shot. Maybe getting 3/4 of the states to agree alone is a massive deal. That's not... I wouldn't put my money on it. So, in reference to that point that was being made about Donald Trump's 3 judges, let's watch this tweet from Kamala HQ. Again, another perfect campaign ad. Let's hear that. Hold on. Let me check and make sure this isn't up to... There we go. How to work. Not? Oh, that's some... Oh, and I had videos working like 10 minutes ago. Why? Why are you doing this to... Got nothing. It's just, you know what? This is Elon Musk's fault. I am personally calling out Elon Musk because his video is not playing through my headset when I am trying to commentate on it. So blame Elon Musk for me having to spend 3 minutes trying to fix my sound. Oh. You guys, for anything? Sound coming on and come on, you. Technical. Don't want to stop today.
a very brave 6 people.
Very loud. Sorry, guys. Okay. I think, let's not jinx it, but I think we're done with the technical. Okay. So, again, this is another lovely from Kamala2024. It's another perfect campaign ad straight from Donald Trump talking himself. Again, and is incapable of not making himself look bad.
A very brave 6 people on the Supreme Court of the United States, so they were very brave. After 52 years, they allowed it, but everybody wanted.
Yeah, they were so brave for overturning Roe v. Wade.
A very brave.
Again, not only brilliant campaigning, but why? Why are they allowed to do that? Why are they allowed to have no possible oversight into what they're doing, why they're doing it? They're doing it for the American people and nobody else. Yet that is not who the Supreme Court works for. Not us. Not me. Not you. Yet we pay their salaries with our taxes. Now, this is a great clip of Kamala Harris. Again, more campaigning material. I know I'm showing you a lot from Kamala HQ, but I want to stick the point that this is a candidate who actually knows how to run for president, that she is campaigning well. And that is one of the reasons why I'm not waking up in the morning and feeling immediately disillusioned with politics, with trying. I don't have to think to myself, okay, you know, maybe it'll echo again. Are you? Okay, no more echo. Echo. Back now. Oof, yes, that was bad. I can't. Great, now. No more echo? Yes? Please? Okay. I think it worked. Like, guys, this sucks. I don't want to. Echoes right now. Okay. This is it. Okay, am I still echoing, guys? Yes, no, maybe so. I want to go on and I would just do it, but then the VOD is ruined. Like am I still echoing? Yes. Right. Okay, I think this should fit. Better now? Thanks, GNN. You've been incredibly helpful today with sound issues. This hasn't happened in I hate when with. Okay. I believe Fine now. Yes. Okay. So, campaigning. Kamala Harris has been doing exactly what she exactly the right kind of messages out. This is a really good clip of her addressing the court justices, and he is not back down from abortion, which is not surprising. Obviously, she a candidate and likely to, or at least is one of the two choices for president. First female president, but she would also be the first black female president. That's impressive. Women are energized for Kamala Harris, and a way to maintain that energy, prevent it from dissipating over time, is to keep reminding the public that the Republicans want you to not be able to have an abortion. They want to get rid of it entirely. A lot of these state reps talk about how they don't believe in any possible reasons to allow for it. They're saying no exceptions in case of rape or incest. You have to have that baby. Keep pushing this in their faces, and women are going to stay angry. And I like it.
We who believe that every person in our nation should be free from bigotry, discrimination, and hate will continue to fight for equality and justice for all. And we who believe in reproductive freedom will fight for a woman's right to choose, because one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do.
Also, I don't give a fuck what your faith is. Can't tell other people what to do with their life based on your faith. Fuck off. But god damn, is it like we just watched that Biden video, so the contrast is even more present for me now. Nice. The air is fresh. I've been in a cave for 10 months breathing in only gasoline fumes, and I have just stepped out, and this is my breath of fresh air. Fuck yeah.
You know, when he was president, Donald Trump, former president, handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court because he intended for them to overturn Roe v. Wade, the United States Supreme Court, previously the court of Thurgood and RBG. And as he intended, they did. Well, let me tell you something. When I am president of the United States, and when Congress passes a law to restore those freedoms.
Oh my god, she looks so happy. I love her bubbly, whimsical energy. Clearly she didn't think that she was going to be in this position a month ago. This is all a huge shock to her as well. She's doing amazing considering changes that would have had to come so quickly, like all of a sudden. Yes, there was a couple weeks where there was plans being drawn up in the background, but we don't know how much of a part of these plans Kamala Harris was. I mean, if she was at all, I'm sure the right would be screaming about a coup. Not that they aren't already, but like they'd be showing pictures of it or something. But a lot of this is almost certainly very new to her, and look at that little smile when the crowd starts clapping. Like, good for her. Slay, queen.
And when Congress passes a law to restore those freedoms, I will sign it into law. We are not playing around.
So personable. She feels like a real human being. She feels like someone you'd be walking through Target and you go down and are looking at something in this section or whatever. It doesn't fuck you. Just bump into somebody you don't know, and you're both looking at the same thing, and you have a nice little laugh about it. And look, that's what it feels like to listen to her talk. She feels authentic, not, Joe Biden was a politician his entire life. Kamala Harris has not. She's been a lawyer for most of her life. She is relatively new to being a politician. That gives her the benefit of feeling more authentic than other people. That's the same reason Trump has that factor. He was a reality TV host, great at pretending to be like a person, great at talking publicly, and he feels more like a real person because his job was to appeal to regular people. Kamala Harris was not until relatively recently, obviously she is the vice president, but she was not one of those people. She was one of us. She was just a normal person, and it shows. It really does.
Critical of what's not working in our country. Some people would suggest that invites a question about one's love of country. I reject that notion. I say there are two definitions of what it means to be a patriot. There is the definition that suggests you
derogatory MAGA definition, which is you're crazy and you're so deep into conspiracy theories that you think you've come out on the other end and that now you're fighting for the country that you're also fighting against rotten brain. And then there's I love my country, regular people.
Defend your country whatever it does. And then there is the kind of patriot I know us all to be. The kind that will fight each and every day for the ideals of our country. And that's what this election season is about. When we are
again, these are things that I haven't seen. I haven't even thought of Biden going out and talking like this. Amazing. This is Christmas for me right now. But also she's right. What they consider patriotism is whatever the hell Donald Trump wants and nothing else. You guys got to remember that. A lot of these people, Trump supporters, are good, normal people. They think that they're doing good. And when you talk to them and you realize that they're not, you have to understand that they believe it. They fully do. It could be the most psychotic belief, but they believe it. I mean, you can say fucking anything these days and get clout and credit and attention on whatever platform you're talking about. It's not all that difficult. And they take it. And pointing that out, videos like this is a short campaign ad that is more likely to make someone think, at the very least, than many of the ones that I've seen all election season. In fact, this is not only just a great campaign ad, but just a great question to ask people, to have us as Americans ponder. What does it mean to love our country, to be an American? What should that entail? What should that look like? And I like her definition. I'm a fan. I'm slowly and surely becoming a Kamala Harris stan. Unsurprising. Now this, I saw this and I was amazed. This is a piece of election campaigning that is going to make a significant impact. I mean, look at that. This is already at nearly 3 million views. We are not going back. That's a strong message. I've seen this compared to Obama's Hope. I've seen this compared to Bernie Sanders. Now, as we can see from these comments, that the right is seething and coping, as they should. And that they literally have no idea what they're talking about. As usual, it's just nice to see the seething and coping. Yeah, Trump disavowed Project 25. Sure, that is amazing message. I love it. More of this. I want so much more of this that there's nothing else. Just that. Now, just to settle the point of
territory. In favor, President Salam.
Now, really hammer this in. Not only is Kamala Harris putting out good campaigning material, but her ground. Oh. Crash. Cool. There is not only just energy online, but this is translating into a ground game, to a grassroots style. I mean, she is the Democratic nominee, and she is not known to be a leftist, and yet almost half of her donations have been small donations. And a lot of those came from like this. There was several instances. So on July 21st, a remarkable wave of support emerged as 44,000 black women united under the banner of #WinWithBlackWomen. They came together online to support Kamala Harris for President of the United States. These women raised over $1.5 million in 3 hours. They phone banked. They called people and asked for money for 3 hours. And they made $1.5 million money to donate to Harris's campaign. Just from that. That is insane that 44,000 black women got together and jumped on this. This was very quickly organized as well. And it doesn't stop there. But the amount of energy that is required to mobilize 44,000 people within 3 days alone is impressive. Everything else on top of that is just a massive bonus. Inspired by the women's efforts, 53,000 black men formed #WinWithBlackMen, united online the next day, and raised $1.3 million for Harris. Social media was ablaze with enthusiasm. We've been saying for a while now that the black vote has been shifting to Trump. At least in this election cycle. There was a lot of worry that black Americans weren't going to vote for Biden, that the polls were showing that they were going to Trump. Having a black woman as nominee on the Democrat side alone, just on that fact, when you account for the brain of the average voter, which, to be clear, is not high. Like, they're not smart. The average voter will make a decision such as, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because she's black like me. And that's it. Just that. Nothing else. Voters love this kind of stuff because this is authentic. This isn't campaigns that are being created and funded by shadowy corporations. I mean, sure, there's organizations behind organizing these, but it's not, it's not the Koch brothers. It's not Jeff Bezos. It's not Elon Musk. It's not those types of people are not the ones that get involved in organizing phone banking for a political candidate. Especially not in fundraisers that result in a measly $1.5 million compared to the type of money they can rake in. Not that this is a measly amount. This is these lovely, lovely people, true patriots, in my view, raised a lot of. They did a fantastic job, and have not only made an effect directly, but have indirectly shown that this is what we're doing. You know, everyone's on board. There is energy here. It's not a divided party. And this is what will enable further things like this happening. I mean, a lot of these women were just from sororities, regular people. They hailed from historically black colleges and universities and or were members of Black Greek letter organizations. Others were active in higher education, serving as faculty. Obviously, many of these people were not only in the education system, but aware of the danger to the education system. Here's the thing. People with high education and not an excess amount of money, not an obscene amount of money, are often left-leaning, because being a leftist is based on facts. These are people that know how to read data, that know how to critically analyze information that's being given to them. And they know that their jobs are at risk. Project 2025 wants to dismantle the entire education system. And sure, these are in universities, but you think that they're just going to stop with the education system there once they just make all the high schools private schools? Not gonna touch universities. They're not gonna touch historically black colleges when it's incredibly evident that they hate black people. They've been claiming, by the way, that they don't. They've been trying to pretend that they love black people to appeal to them, but as we can see in the tweets that we've seen in my last stream and all of the news that's come out since, I mean, like, the Republican Party had to be warned to stop being racist and sexist against Kamala Harris by the Speaker of the House. I mean, that says enough to me on its own. They want to shout the N-word. They want to scream, "Get back in the kitchen," and just be obscene and not bring anything of worth to their arguments. They don't have anything to anyway, even if they wanted to do anything else, even if they weren't physically in pain that they can't call Kamala Harris the N-word. This wouldn't change because they were banking on going against Joe Biden. They were banking on these people either not voting or voting Trump. This is not just happening with black people either. This is happening in Michigan, where we have more than 1 million Muslim Americans many of which had said that they would refuse to vote for Biden because of Gaza, and are now much more open to voting for Harris and are much more energized because of her. This is all a huge shift in not only the patterns that we've been, which outdates all of the polls. I mean, I don't like to put much salt in polls anyway. You look at the broader trends. Looking at polls, we can really only surmise much from broader trends. If you try and find specifics in these polls, you're not going to get very far, because the type of people who answer polls and the way that you phrase a question in a poll can change everything dramatically. You can ask any question, and as long as you word it correctly, you can get the answer that you want. Not to say that this is what polling organizations do, but it's to say that when you're answering a poll, you can say whatever the fuck you like, and it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, and it doesn't matter whether it makes sense or not, and you don't have to explain your reasoning. So a lot of these polls are simply useless because there's no tangible information there. Can't take this and build on it. Are usually polls done in bad faith, polls that have small sample sizes, and are worded in specific ways. So all of that is gone now. Like that, I mean, it's not gone, but it's not anywhere near as big of a problem as it has been. And great place. I mean, also, on top of black people and on top of Muslim people, we got queer people. Hey, my folk. LGBT celebrities line up behind Harris. More than 1,000 LGBT political leaders, celebrities, and social media influencers. I need to get up and get water or something. On Wednesday, announced support for Vice President White House bid, an open letter that meant to mobilize voters. Your community previously was, and especially like Hollywood and that aren't already right wing and fully gone, the MAGA route, really didn't like Biden because of Israel and the treatment of American protesters following that. But again, new candidate, new energy. It's a woman, and we feel like we might be able to win. There's a fight here. LGBT people are one of the highest risk of being harmed by a Trump presidency. A Trump presidency would mean the end of trans health care, would be the overturning of gay marriage by the conservative Supreme Court. You don't think they're going to take that back? You don't think they want to? They absolutely will. They have been dying to, just like they've been dying to repeal Roe. And this just talks about a call for mobilization, for unity. But as we can see, Project 2025 is a real good motivator. LGBT voters played a key role in President Biden's victory last time around. According to Washington Post analysis, nearly 70% of LGBT likely voters surveyed by the LGBT advocacy group GLAAD in January said that they prefer Biden over Trump. Yet, much of them weren't going to vote. That's what happens when don't have the enthusiasm, don't go. People will even want to go, and they'll get up in the morning and very last moment just be fuck whatever, it's just Biden anyway, and then not go. That is not far-fetched from the truth. And I'm incredibly glad to see so many key groups, so many important groups in polling, cohort, whatever, it doesn't matter. I love to see the energy in the Democratic Party shifting. I like to see that there is more and more and more of a feeling of we can do this growing each and every day. And damn, is that sweet. That is exactly what we need. I think that's it for the not horrible parts. So let's get to it says in the title, whose speech Congress. Now, before we actually watch Congress, I do want to address a couple of the first of which being, we all know that Netanyahu is a war criminal. We know that this is a genocide in Gaza that is happening. The government of Israel has always been run by Zionists, obviously. So founded on Zionism, therefore have always had what me as a leftist at the very least would consider religious conservatism to religion. Like right now, essentially, they're Jewish nationalists. Benjamin Netanyahu has personally done more to harm the average Jewish person, to put the average Jewish person at more risk of harm and actually have the most, like, he's been worse for Jews than anybody that I can think of since Hitler. Is the reason now that Nazi propaganda is being brought to the mainstream. There are more and more young people all around the world who listen to shitty influencers and think that, and mimic what they hear from these. And can I get through any segment today without messing? God. Benjamin Netanyahu has done more to harm Jews than anybody since Adolf Hitler. If I'm wrong, please tell me. Show me one other person who has done more to harm Jews as a whole, to put them further at risk of harm, to spread Nazi ideology, to spread anti-Semitism, to a larger audience than has existed in decades, by not only conflating being Jewish with the state of Israel, by saying that if you are against Israel, then you hate Jews, by saying that Jews are Israel. The two are one and the same. And if, therefore, keep hearing that, and you keep believing, and you if you believe that thought, then to look at Gaza, and then look at Israel, and and agree that they are responsible is to say that you hate Jews, is what they have had the media over and over and over and over again say. And this has not only led to the growth of conspiracy theories and accusations towards Israel, as in that it controls our media, that America is a puppet state of Israel. There are conspiracy theories the other way, that Israel is a puppet state of America. At this point, I don't think either are true. Israel used to be our partner in the Middle East, our foothold, our unsinkable battleship. But at this point, they're a rogue state. They're not helpful to us in any way. In fact, all they do is destabilize the region and go against what we would want. They go against our wishes. And we are the main supplier of their arms. They have gotten so comfortable with American support that they don't care whether things are true or not. They are willing to scream that anyone protests, anyone who was in any of the college campuses, anyone who's been to a pro-Palestine protest, anyone who is at DC today is complicit in somehow, some way, assisting Hamas, Iran, etc. Add X invisible, undefeatable force of enemy that you will never run out of. Here, we are somehow responsible for helping them, is what they claim. Yet, at the same time as they're doing this, calling protesters Nazis, terrorists, that we support the rape and murder of babies, which is a real thing that Benjamin Netanyahu says in this speech. It's obscene to think that in any way, shape, or form that this man speaks for all Jews is just fascism. This is just the idea of the national leader. And it's different in Israel because the amount of conditioning those who live in Israel, and to be fair, don't get me wrong, there have been protests in Israel, led mostly by family members of hostages against this war, over and over and over and over. Happened over. The protests will never stop. And so he has to delegitimize these protests. And to do that, he has to lie. That's it. It's as simple as that. And this lying, this conflation of Judaism and Zionism, this push that you must support Israel or you hate Jews, is making people hate Jews more. There is so much more anti-Semitism just today than ever. I mean, you go on Twitter and there's always Nazis on Twitter, but there's Nazis everywhere now. They used to use dog whistles when talking about the Jews, like they say George Soros, and they still do. But a lot of the times they're just outright saying Jews. I had a family member tell me that they were afraid of Kamala Harris because they heard she was Jewish. First of all, Kamala Harris, I don't know what religion she is. She's Indian. It would be surprising to me if she was. Actually, I have to look this up now. But the fact that that information is going around By the way, Kamala Harris is a Baptist with a Jewish husband. The fact that this is even talked about just goes to show how prominent this new era of the Jewish question has come about. And it's because of Benjamin Netanyahu. Not only is he responsible for the slaughter of countless Palestinians, but also the instigator, the cause of the rise of anti-Semitism all over the world that wasn't previously there. I wouldn't say he's the father of the American Nazi movement, but he's certainly in their good book. Weirdly, because Jewish state and they don't like Jews, but they do like the fact that it's an ethno-nationalist state and it's, pretty militaristic and doesn't like brown people, and so some of them can manage to get along. You see, if you're ever on Twitter and you were looking at Palestine related stuff, you can see them arguing with each other in the comments. It was good, let them argue with each other instead of doing anything. Like, fuck these Nazis. But this problem wouldn't exist without Netanyahu to the extent that it does. Islamophobia has always been the big thing, 11, but he brought it back. Now people are talking about the Jews again. Obviously it was kind of back like before with the Soros stuff, but it was all really like under the table and it was masked more, and like obviously it was just as harmful and offensive, but there was less of it. It wasn't popular. It wasn't a mainstream position until we have gone through 9 months of constantly, day by day, being barraged with photos of destruction in Gaza, dead civilians, and then being told that, Israel is doing this because it's the right thing to do, watching them be happy. What is it, like 3 days ago, the International Criminal Court of Justice ruled that Israel is an apartheid state. Which, like, took them long enough, but good. Here, we can look at this. This is, this is the Israel Times, the Times of Israel. So, the fact that they're saying this shows how heinous this is, that it couldn't have been covered. This was in July 2023, obviously. But ex-Mossad chief, Netanyahu allies worse than KKK overhaul master plan. That's a really incoherent name for your article. I'm sure it's maybe, but in an interview with Khan Radio, Pardo, who is the former Mossad director, Tamir Pardo, said Netanyahu's government includes, quote, horrible racist parties that are not far from worldview of the ruling Likud party, including finance ministers and religious Zionism and the ex-spy claimed that they are even a lot worse than the Ku Klux Klan, referencing calls by lawmakers to Israel to stop destroying West Bank Palestinian towns. Well, they definitely haven't done that. Been getting worse and worse in the West Bank day by day as well. They aren't stopping at Gaza. They've spoken about expanding to parts of Jordan. They're going to spark a much larger regional war if something isn't done. Hopefully Kamala Harris will do better than Biden. But this is their own spy ministry. This is their CIA chief, their version, saying that Netanyahu's worse than the KKK. Now this is a bit difficult of a read. I'll skip around for you guys, but bit of a preface. So, we've been getting death toll numbers in Gaza from the Gaza Health Ministry since the beginning of the war. Now, the Gaza Health Ministry has had its infrastructure destroyed, has had a lot of workers killed, and has had a lot of death to deal with and destruction to deal with, and has been in charge solely of recording the death toll in Gaza. This number was sitting at just a bit under 40,000 and has stayed that way for quite a while. And we all kind of knew it wasn't correct. You know, the numbers aren't going up because the people who are supposed to count them are dead. Thing. This is a study released by the Lancet. This provides more accurate estimates of the death toll using the methods that are outlined. Let's go through what these methods are first. By June 19th, 2024, 37,396 people had been killed in Gaza since the attack by Hamas on October 7th, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, as reported by the UN Office for Coordination for Humanitarian Affairs. Ministry's figures have been contested by Israeli authorities, although they have accepted as accurate. They have been accepted as accurate by Israeli intelligence service, UN, and the WHO. These data are supported by independent analysis comparing the number of deaths of relief and staff with those reported by the ministry, which found claims of data fabrication to be implausible. Now, collecting data has been difficult, like I said. This change has inevitably created the detailed data recorded previously. Consequently, the Gaza Health Ministry now reports separately the number of unidentified bodies among the total death toll as of 10th. 30% of the 35,091 deaths had been identified. Now, some officials and news agencies development designed to improve quality to undermine it. No surprise there. Non-governmental organization Airwas under details assessment of Gaza Strip and often finds that not all of the names of identifiable victims are included in the list. Furthermore, the UN estimates that by February 29th, 2024, 35% of the buildings in the Gaza Strip had been destroyed. The number of bodies still buried under the rubble is likely substantial, with estimates in more than 10,000. So, just based on that, we can see that 37,000 is probably closer to 750,000, but we're not done yet, folks. Not just the airstrikes that Israel is constantly minute by minute launching it. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't actually have the reading it. Regardless, it is still here. This is still for stock, so I'm just going. But beyond just bombs and guns, people have been denied access to food, water, healthcare, in general. A lot of people will have died just from starvation, thirst, from disease. There are so other factors that aren't included in this analysis for the death toll, and honestly are too difficult to really account for perfectly anyway. But Recent conflicts, such indirect deaths, have ranged from 3 to 15 times the number of direct deaths. So applying a conservative estimate of 4 indirect deaths per 1 direct death. Again, range has been between 3 and 15. So using 4 as your starting ground is quite a bit conservative. But even just on that alone, 37,396 would estimate to 186,000 dead civilians. So that is the number I've seen quoted more recently by organizations, other content creators. It's the more conservative figure. So I don't know. The idea of using the more conservative figure is so that the right can't like come and scream at you for saying that you messed with the numbers and that this isn't true, this isn't fair or something. But I think that's ridiculous. I think they're going to do that anyway. I think you can make that 4%, 7% at the very least. 35% of the buildings in Gaza are destroyed. And there have been similar recent conflicts, rather. I don't know which conflicts they're citing, but I can't think of any recent conflicts that have been this bad humanitarian-wise for this much of an amount of time on population packed into it. Not to say that like what we did as America in Iraq and Afghanistan and God knows everywhere else recently and not recently hasn't been good or anything, but I mean this is a whole other level. I don't want to use the conservative estimate. This 186,000 is likely 200,000. That would be my guess at the moment. Is there are 200,000 dead Palestinians. That's the real number. But at the very least, it's over 150. Now, Gaza Strip's population, a factor that you could put into that, you'd figure out estimates in ways that like at the trying to figure out the direct death toll from their population size is this part I find considerably useless because the direct death toll is just going to keep going up anyway, as well as the whole other one, but it doesn't matter whether it's direct or not. To Israel, they're acting as if every single Palestinian man, woman, and child are Hamas and deserve to be bombed like Hamas. And every death is a direct death in this conflict. Genocide, because the indirect deaths that they're citing, food, water, medicine, these are all being applied to this population on purpose by the state of Israel. These are direct attacks on these civilians. So before we actually watch Benjamin Netanyahu speak, I want to make it clear that he personally is responsible for the deaths of, in my personal perspective and estimate based on the maths, a not conservative but not particularly high either. 7% out of 15. Calculator. At least 200 1,000 deaths, 240,000 is the estimate you get for 7%, 38,000. That's not unviable. Like, it's not inviable. That's a pretty reasonable number considering the extent of the length of time that this has gone on. It's been 9 months of this relentless barrage. Can't even bring aid trucks into Gaza anymore. I'm surprised these people have any food left. I'm surprised they haven't all starved to death. I don't know. Honestly, you could tell me that 300,000 dead, and I would believe it because it doesn't sound I would need to see evidence that that's not true more than I would have to see evidence that that is true. Now, so as I said, we're going to watch Benjamin speak. Are some of the reactions have to the ideas that Benjamin bring this. Now, a lot of members of Congress, like 50 or so, this did not want to go. They did not believe that the Congress, addressing Congress, those that did stay protested in one form or another, whether it be here protesting with signs. As you might remember, she was formerly censured for speaking out against the genocide previously. She's been one of the most outspoken officials we have against Israel's genocide, and has been openly, overtly disapproving of their tendencies, of their policies, ideology. Beyond Rashid was AOC. So we're clear Netanyahu's lost so many people that he's addressing just a fraction of Congress. When this happens, they fill the seats with non-members, like what they do at award ceremonies, in order to project the appearance of full attendance. I mean, that's not surprising to me at all. But yeah, there was enough members of Congress that did not want to be there for this speech, that wanted to show their protest, that a decent amount of the seats are going to be were rather filled with actors. Had Sanders. Netanyahu is not only a war criminal, he is a liar. All humanity. Tens of thousands of children face starvation because his extreme government continues to block aid. Israelis want him out of office. Congress to this is in reference to a quote from says that he has not in any way, shape, or form prevented aid from reaching Gaza. It was a laughable claim made very, very poorly. Therefore, we will also laugh at it. Our turn. And by laugh, I'm sad laugh, not haha. This is gonna be a rough one. Pelosi said Netanyahu gave the worst speech to Congress from any. I am inclined to agree with her, just based on I wanted to vomit. I only watched like the first minutes without starting to skip around because I really was struggling to I had to practice so I could not incredibly shouting throughout stream. Although, if you'd like that, let me know. I can do that. I'm gonna be holding in quite a lot of rage. But, let's... Yeah, so, this is the video I watched. It's quite long, and it's not... Cards.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
Okay, hold on. I have some breaking news for you guys. Seems much more fun than this. Joe Biden signs bill strengthening oversight of crisis-plagued Federal Bureau of Prisons. This is 8 minutes ago. I have not read it yet. I have no idea what this is. Let's find out together. President Joe Biden signed into law on Thursday a bill strengthening oversight of the Bureau of Prisons after reporting by the exposed systemic corruption, failures, and abuse of the prison system. Federal Prison Oversight Act, which passed the Senate on July 10th, establishes independent ombudsman. Or about what it ombudsman will appoint investigate against to field investigate complaints in the wake of sexual assaults and other criminal conduct by staff, chronic understaffing, and escapes from high-profile deaths. Bureau of Prison Director Colette Peters lauded the bill as she testifies before Congress, but she told the House Judiciary crime federal government and governments all these such not dollars in addition on to additional oversight along that. All in all, this seems like a pretty good bill on the surface. We'll look more into this and see, but at the very least, supporting this, really it has led to some. I'm really hoping that Biden continues to pass large legislation. Like, I know that was already slated to pass, go to his desk, and he didn't sign it, but good to see this happening.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
I'm gonna go grab my water bottle from the fridge while you guys watch this. Trust me, you're not missing much without my 30 seconds.
Senator Ben Cardin. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the 4th time.
want to point out that every president that we consider a modern every president since Bill Clinton has absolutely despised this man, including Joe Biden, might I add. Benjamin Netanyahu is not only a piece of shit, now, the US has a system in which we have foreign leaders and delegates come to the United States, provide laundry service. Or now, Benjamin Netanyahu post an article from 2020, but you know what? Sorry, The Guardian. Here's the Times of Israel. Just so we're clear, this is not Western propaganda. Netanyahu said to bring suitcases of laundry from Israel to wash at the White House. This man, so entitled, he thinks so poorly of America, thinks that we are so beneath him that he packs suitcases of laundry and makes us, our worker, people that we are paying with our tax dollars, our government employees, washing his dirty laundry at our expense every time he is visited. He has denied this rumor, of course, but it has been said by multiple people on multiple occasions that this has happened over and over again. The Washington Post reported it, and the story reinforces earlier claims dating back a decade prior to 2010 that Netanyahu prefers to deal with their dirty laundry overseas in general. So it's not even just America. This man just thinks that everyone else should be washing his dirty laundry. Such visitors staying at White House guest house routinely get their laundry taken care of as a perk, but it usually only consists of a shirt or two. Gives for brief stays. You don't come to the United States as a foreign visitor, address and stay at the White House, no less. This happens only in cases of addressing Congress, a joint meeting with the president, something big like that. And to bring suitcase, that this is just spitting in each and every American's face. And I'd like to remind you guys watching that this is not all Jews. This is Benjamin Netanyahu. This piece of shit is the one that is making you plate the two together, if that is what you. This is our generation's. This is Hitler. He's Jewish Adolf Hitler. Most genocidal fascists of our lifetime. And we're doing his laundry. We did his laundry yesterday. There are American workers, probably right this very moment if he hasn't left for Israel, back for Israel yet, washing his dirty fucking laundry. I hate that. I hate him so much. Hate him so much. The fact that this man hasn't been SEAL Team, a testament to how much of a Zionist Biden is. Because if anyone it wouldn't have surprised me if the President of the United States had made a decision that involved the use of force with uncooperative state of Israel in relation to Palestinian genocided in Gaza and also the West Bank, might I add. It's not the West Bank on its own is not currently being called a genocide. I could argue it. You could. Palestinians in Israel are being genocided. And the reaction that was given by the United States when our multiple requests for them to stop doing certain things, our threats were ignored, our for when our aid workers were getting killed to the point where there's no more aid workers entering Gaza. He ignored every single directive that he. So, if the United States pulled out financially from Israel right now, they would be unable to survive. They would be obliterated by every single one of their neighbors. They have pissed off to no end. I would have not been surprised had the president made a decision such as that. No Fed posting.
We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
Wow, okay, so right off the bat, Palestinians are animals, barbarians. Ever-present specter of enemy that you're not actually fighting or able. He does this over and over, whether it's Iran or. I want to make this clear before we get too far. The idea that the state of Israel is perpetually in danger is a requirement to Benjamin Netanyahu. To have people like him in power, there needs to be unending conflict. Why? They are so insistent stoking conflict. Hezbollah with Iran, with Jordan, with Egypt, whoever they will. They need forever. They say, he will say on multiple this speech, Hamas needs to be eradicated. Now, I agree with that. Hamas is terrible. Hamas's leaders are awful. They're not in Gaza. They're sitting in Qatar with rich friends, I don't know, molesting children. But he doesn't actually want Hamas destroyed. In fact, negatively impact him if Hamas were to be destroyed. So he say these, spread this rhetoric around, but doesn't mean. And there's a purpose to this. He can keep doing what he, and it forever create more insurgents, create more Hamas. Every Hamas he kills, along with, I don't know, 100 children, create more Hamas. Now, whether they're actually Hamas or not doesn't matter. It's the label that is being used to make the idea of we are always in danger, not safe, and they're not safe. But it's not because of Palestine. It's not even really that much because of Hamas. Hamas only exists because of Israel. Israeli Jews are at risk because of actions and the choices of its officials more than anything else.
It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life.
Yes, I'm sure Benjamin Netanyahu sanctifies
For the
life.
forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
Now, forces of civilization, not even, that's very clear, does not believe that Palestinians are people, are civilized, are worthy of
because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose.
this we win, they lose rhetoric is incredibly common by fascists. Us versus them. It's such a weak little line, but it makes a difference. The way that people conceptualize this conflict of we need to win, some people, it's such a vague statement that it could mean people listening to those who are not aware are so propagandized that they think that Israel is fighting Hamas ethically, not murdering every second of every day. Listen to something like that, think, yes, we need to win. We need to get rid of Hamas so that the Palestinians can be. That's a thought that somebody could naturally have just listening to this. That's what makes it dangerous.
And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing: we will win.
I sure hope not.
Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy.
9/11s. October 7th is 100 9/11s.
It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah.
Direct quote from Prime Minister Ben.
Began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel.
Almost like I've never heard this.
They butchered 1,200 people
What's
from
October
41
7th?
countries, including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day.
I'm sorry, never mind. The direct quote wasn't 100 9/11s, it was 20. I forgot that was in there, I swear to God. Also, when he says proportionally to their population, this means nothing. The death toll on October 7th was, yes, smaller than the death toll on 9/11. Yes, they have a lesser population, but that doesn't make it 20 9/11s. Can't equivocate the two after adjusting for population of terrorist attack when, like, I get the logic that he's trying to pull, but it's incredibly dishonest. And honestly, as an American, I am offended at this comparison. And I expect that all of the Republicans in Congress should also be deeply offended on this equivocation of 9/11 to October 7th, which, not to devalue the wars that happened and the seriousness of the case, but it wasn't 29/11s. And fuck you for saying that in Congress.
And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza.
The dark dungeons of Gaza. What are they, goblins? Are you trying to find the one ring to rule them all? What are you talking about? The dark dungeons of Gaza. They took the hostages and then they ran to wherever the fuck they could. And honestly, you gave them the time to. It was the IDF was shooting their own people and their own civilians while responding to this. They're that incompetent. And you know, all of the hostages were basically dead anyway because Netanyahu bombed them to crisp, a pulp. They're gone. Yeah, the hostages were never a priority here.
Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations.
I've yet to see numbers confirming all of those, but sure, great. Got half of them back and you killed the other half. I think that that's a good ratio. I managed to save half of the civilians that were captured and kept hostage from my country. What happened to the other half? Did the enemy kill them? Oh no, sorry, we did. There's no way for him to explain that to a hostage family member. Why they hate him, why they protest against him. At much risk to themselves, might I add, because Israel has made it legal to talk bad about the war.
One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you.
Again, make it clear, Hamas is bad. Hamas has never been good. October 7th was. Israel has done ever since has been exponentially day by day.
Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those two beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. Two beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son, Yotam, bravely escaped Hamas captivity with two other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again.
Make is I have a sitting in the
again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home.
all of the ones that are left that dead.
As we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now.
We are killing Palestinian children right now. That's what he said.
I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well.
I will say this part of the speech did surprise me. I didn't think about Biden because he claimed that Biden is supporting Hamas in the past and consistently complained that Biden administration was holding them back, was not giving them enough weapons, was just whining and whining and whining and whining. He met with Trump when he was here. He left the speech, I believe, and went directly to go see Trump. Or was it Vance, one or the other? Absolutely will be meeting Trump, or already has, because he wants Trump to win. They get along. I don't know if they get along. They're both fascists. They're authoritarian. They're both banking on their country, propping them up. Who wants Trump to win? Trump and the Republican Party would let Netanyahu glass Gaza just entirely and then build casinos and resorts on top of it as luxury. Do not doubt that for a second, that it is genocide now. If Trump was president and took the brakes off, bad. Really, it was already bad, but it would get regionally and a bit more than that bad really quick.
I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being...
What a two-faced little catty bitch. Like, the fact that pretending to be all friendly with Biden when he spent months talking about how Biden hates Israel, how Biden's boss. Just, man, fuck you.
Being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says a proud Irish-American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven.
Do you guys notice how all of the people that they're showing off here are somehow, some way, a minority? There's a reason for that, of course. First off, the average Israeli does not look like Benjamin Netanyahu. Israelis, especially the ones who have actually lived in Israel and that lived on what is now Israel historically, or at least a couple hundred years, with their Arab neighbors, whether they're not, look Arab. All of the Israelis in power are European. They're white. Average Israeli, it's like the average Palestinian. The real, like, actual, like, my grandfather's grandfather was people look like Palestinians. It's important thing to note that they're bringing minority looking Israelis here, because Republicans and fascists love their DEI. This is actually DEI. This is them bringing this guy here to make it look like Israel is a place that is nice to people.
Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza.
Ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to shoot every Palestinian he could see. Full bloodthirst, lusting at the mouth, foaming for death. Is that true? There's a better than average chance that that's true. The average IDF soldier, probably a little, yeah. I mean, I did see videos of them dancing and chanting about how much they want to do it during the IDF trial on whether this is considered a genocide or not. Obviously, I'm joking. I don't know about this guy in particular, but I mean, to be fair, to run 7 miles to the front lines to fight does sound like some pretty zealot shit. This man probably really did want to go kill a bunch of Palestinians.
To defend his
Fuck him. Fuck the IDF. Fuck Netanyahu. Honestly, fuck Israel. I am not a Zionist. I don't think anything bad should happen to the people who live in Israel. I just don't like the idea of an ethno-state. I think a one-state solution, the best outcome. I don't know that that's remotely possible now, but would have been had this fucking clown not destroyed any semblance of hope for something like that. And I just want to say, before you fuckers get comments and start calling me a Nazi or something, I don't think anything bad should happen to the people that live in Israel. I do think that everyone that's in the Israeli government, at the very least, tried for war crimes. And I think that Israel as a state no longer exists. I'm not saying make it Palestine, but I don't know, guys, figure it out. Get the best negotiators that you can have. Make sure the UN and a bunch of other real non-crazy countries review your picks for negotiators, and bring in a bunch of whatever's left of the most educated Palestinians and figure it out. And if you can't, they're going to be the ones that get to do it instead. I don't care. Really, I just don't. You brought this on yourself. I wouldn't have had to, obviously, the apartheid and the occupation and horrible, horrific mistreatment of the Palestinians has been going on for like 70 years. I would not have had this opinion of, I don't think Israel as a country should exist, if not for the actions of Israel in this particular conflict. I wouldn't have that opinion. I would say something like, oh, like we gotta find... I probably would have been a lib on this because I wasn't as educated on it. It's his own fault now that there are millions more people than ever before in history calling for Free Palestine, calling for the end of the occupation, calling for the end of Israel. None of that would have happened had the reaction to October 7th been anything but this, and something rational. Or at the very least rational for the system that they're trying to keep in place, Obviously, I wouldn't have been in support of the apartheid. I wouldn't have been in support of any of it. But I wouldn't have gone as far as to say I think the state of Israel should be dismantled and built into a new state that incorporates the Palestinians into it. I would have gone with a two-state solution. which is what Israel would have wanted in this scenario. And even then, I would have known, like I've said this in the past, and I know that a one-state solution would have always been the ideal. The idea of these two groups ever getting along with the history that they have is already like unimaginable, even before October 7th, and I hadn't thought that deeply into it because this was not an issue that personally affects me, and it is now the front page of the newspapers. It is now seared into my mind with things that I've seen regarding it. It is now it's affecting our politics. There's half of Congress is missing because this guy came to speak. They walked out. I don't know, I think I think people should be allowed to live. I think the Palestinians have suffered quite a lot. I would, in my perfect world, have them form a fair and equal country where their government is pretty equally split, where their military, but like there's so much that goes into this. I could make a 4-hour video just breaking down things that would need to happen on this alone, so I'm gonna leave it here. But I swear to God, if any of you motherfuckers come to my comments say that I want to harm anybody, you're instantly getting blocked, banned, and not replied to. So don't even bother. Listen to the words I say. Go back and watch this segment. Go back like, I don't know, like a minute and a half and listen to that, and then rethink your choice.
People.
Can you tell I'm already so agitated? We've run 10 minutes.
You heard that right? He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remark.
Don't you hate how you claim thing and can't check, like this, can't fact check a address to Congress in real time? They once. I have no idea whether many saved. I think it's not. It's such liars. They're the biggest liars.
Remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th,
so a pick-me.
Ashraf, too, killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base.
Many terrorists and many children.
And he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company.
He's just got to blow up a few more Palestinian homes. Couldn't get enough of it after he lost his arm. He just had to go right back out there. I gotta fire that tank. Get rid of the rest of the 70% of the buildings in Gaza. Everyone inside them. I know I'm saying this as if it's a joke, but it's really not. This is what they want. They want to kill every single Palestinian. This man himself has said, Netanyahu has said that he wants to take all of Gaza. He wants to annex it. Why even bother with all this lying? You could say anything right now, and the entire American Congress would clap for you. Well, the ones that are there. The fact that they're clapping like they are at the things that he's saying just shows how much. Shows how weak our government is and how easily bought out. Why do you think Netanyahu has no respect for American politicians? Because they're a joke to him. Because he can easily make them do what he wants. For the most part, most of them at the very least.
I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid.
This unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. You guys can see it, right? This is very clear fascist rhetoric. This is nationalistic rhetoric. This isn't patriotism. This isn't trying to save your country. This is our soldiers must forever be strong, unbowed, unbent. The Game of Thrones shit. He's saying that Israeli soldiers have to always be ready for war, no matter what, forever. Unafraid, unbroken. Whether you lost an arm or a leg, you go right back out there and kill some more brown people. That's the message that he's sending. This is genuine, like, as we go through this speech, the Hitler levels are just rising consistently.
As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel.
Again with this this religious rhetoric, this rising like the lions of Judah, all of these comparisons, these metaphors, these religious analogies, what they serve to do is try and this is like the equivalent of Aryan shit. Like, your blood is pure. We are strong. are going back to, I don't know, 8,000 years ago. We can trace our lineage directly to these guys, and these guys, rose like lions, so we're gonna rise like lions. This is the message that gets sent, is you are better, you are strong. This is how Homelander views himself and Soups and the boys. This is just blood and soil shit. This is genuine blood and soil. This is, our ancestors were here. We will rise and destroy the enemy to, I don't know, reclaim our ancient homeland, which is and always will be a bullshit reasoning for a genocide in and of itself. But this kind of rhetoric really works with religious extremists, with a highly religious population. And Israel is a highly religious, generally, at least half of the country is more religious than not, and a highly militarized country, as they have conscription, and the IDF is insane and indoctrinates every single person that goes into it. And since every person that needs to go in, every single citizen needs to go into the IDF at some point, they come out with at least a little bit of indoctrination, and this is supposed to click with that. This line is supposed to come off as pandery to someone like me, but to someone who believes this kind of shit, that believes that they have pure, strong blood, that they are better than others because of, I don't know, their lineage. This resonates with them, and it makes them feel better about themselves. And again, this is fascist. This is almost full-on Nazi shit at this point. So far we've got what? Callbacks to like thousands of years ago in order to tie yourself to a specific area. This is like wait a minute, the Nazis even did do this. They said that that Aryan Germans used to live in Poland and used it as justification to annex Poland. It's the same thing. It's just repackaged in a different format. We have to fight forever. The enemy is within and without. They're everywhere. You can't see them, but they're watching you. Hamas is watching you. Iran is watching you. Have to fight them. We can never stop. This is just straight from the playbook. This is step by step Nazi shit. This man is the equivalent of Hitler of our generation. Jewish Hitler. And my opinion on this is only going to get stronger the deeper we get into this video. I haven't watched every bit of this speech. I skipped around, tried to find the important parts, and I can't stand it. God, like, we still have like half an hour of this at least to go, and I can't go a minute without needing to stop and explain the kind of shit that he's saying and the amount of damage that it can do, the ramifications that has, that what you hear isn't necessarily they're saying, but it still resonates with the people who are meant to be hearing it. There are people in American Congress, our Congress right now, resonate with this message of, I am better because my ancestors came from, I don't know, this lineage, the Holy Land. I deserve this. And that's what people like Netanyahu believe, is that they deserve to have Gaza. They deserve to have the West Bank. That they are better, that Israel deserves to take the land that they believe belongs to them, that they can annex something like Jordan, because there's been historic disputes on the border. You can say anything and use it as a justification. What your ancestors were like, where they lived, none of this shit fucking matters. I don't care. Like, some people, I understand, will have a personal feeling that is uncomfortable at the thought of their culture changing. This is people like the average American who's afraid of the Great Replacement. Of course, that this is not a real conspiracy theory. There isn't a concerted effort to do so, but they're afraid of that. I lost my... Oh god, guys, what was I saying? I might remind you all that it is 3:30 in the morning. So please forgive me if I forget the point that I'm making. I listened.
Like lions, the lions of Judah, the lions of Israel.
Right. Okay. The belief that the others around you are trying to come in and replace you for Republicans, quite the motivator towards the belief that races are inseparable and different. Incompatible, that they are different, that one is better than the other. And that's when you get into the dehumanizing, as once you come to the point of this is us and this is them and I am better than them, then you get to the point where you start dehumanizing them. It's incredibly common, and it's one of the very first steps taken by fascism, is to create an other, an enemy, something to fear, someone trying to replace the people, someone trying to take their jobs, their money, their a scapegoat. This is just 101 fascism.
Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society, every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity.
Again, call back to antiquity, blood and soil. All of the people that live there are strong and worthy because our ancestors were strong and worthy. Meanwhile, his ancestors were not. His ancestors are white people. He is European genes. He's not an authentic, historical Holy Land Jew. He's not. His ancestors were not living in what is now Israel 300 years ago. That's just not true. The other guy that he showed, the general, maybe him. Yeah, him, I believe. He looks like maybe his ancestors might have been living there for a couple hundred years, but Netanyahu, no. This is all lies, again, to stroke the ego of type of person likes to believe that they are better than others. Blood and soil talking point is meant to cite a feeling of nationalism, of perceived strength of your group, your social group, your ethnic group, as opposed to perceived weakness and in his words, what they perceive as barbarity of the other group. really simple, guys. I really cannot understand why there's not more people in Congress that stepped out. I mean, this man is disgusting. I understand that money plays a big role in our politics. And as we saw with Jamal Bowman, AIPAC can hurt you. Yet a lot of these people might get money from AIPAC. They are afraid. They don't want to face retribution. Don't be a pussy. This is such a show of weakness by our government that this man is allowed to come into our Congress and spout Nazi-esque rhetoric for an hour and a half. And we applaud it. They are cheering for it. A lot of these Congress people love this. And that's even worse.
With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe
Why do you have... This isn't the 1840s, like 5 of them are gonna die before the others to work the farm. I mean, like, I get a lot of Israelis live in like kibutzes and farm work, but come on, you don't need 8 children. I mean, I know the world is having a bit of a population crisis in that most of our countries are having trouble getting their fucking make. You don't have to take it on single-handedly. You don't have to fix the birth rate problem all on your own, my dude. Chill out. Wear a condom.
became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in..."
I really need to do a stream where we actually go through of the formation of Israel, because it's not as black and white as a lot of people think it is, and it's complex. But just reading that alone disputes a lot of what the... We'll do that on another stream. I want to do that. I want to talk about the formation of Israel
in the face of our enemies. Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain, because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now.
My guy. Never again is now, but you're the one doing it. Nobody is genociding the Jews right now. You are the one genociding people. Never again is right now. And you're Hitler. You are. You're the Hitler. You are. Not you. You guys are not Hitler. I hope. Might be nice. I don't know. We'll find out.
Now, my friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They
Talking about me now. Probably some guys.
stand with Hamas.
Not standing with Hamas, and Pro-Palestine is not. This twisted morality, this assigning of war crimes on the people who are calling you out for your crimes is again textbook fascism. Incredibly, this is the same type of shit Trump does too. Why do you think they get along so well?
They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people
yes,
who
yes,
came
we're
into
all
the
rapists and
kibbutzim,
murderers.
into a home. The parents hid the children, the two babies, in the attic, in a secret attic.
For a man who's responsible for the death of more than 10,000 babies, just personally, and based on the numbers we saw earlier, a whole lot more, he sure likes to talk about babies.
They murder the families, the parents. They find the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves. So,
Watch me get in trouble on YouTube for doing this, reading combative. Saying it. 450 on that one. If there's anything worth getting in trouble for, it's one fucking shit take.
they refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas.
You guys remember when they killed the World Kitchen Aid workers and they were on a scheduled mission on a route cleared a non-combatant route, were in radio communication with the IDF, making scheduled deliveries that the IDF was fully aware of, and was on like their third delivery when their convoy got hit by an Israeli drone, and then they got out of the burning car and went into the next one, and then that one got hit by an Israeli drone, and then they got out of that car, and whoever was left made it into the last car, and like drove another kilometer, and then they got hit by an Israeli drone, and we never really got any confirmation on what the fuck happened here, and why they drone striked the same convoy that they were in radio contact with during after the first strike. Like they were still in radio contact. The IDF had said something along. I think they were pretending to be confused. These people kill civilians all the time. They have killed more journalists, not even just counting like local actual journalists that live in Gaza, which they've killed an enormous amount of, more than any other conflict in at least this decade, but also Western journalists. They have killed that number. They have killed so many Western journalists in safe zones, designated zones in which the journalists are supposed to be. The journalists don't go into Gaza anymore. They don't. We're not even allowed to have Al Jazeera in Gaza anymore. They shut down. They don't want any outside news. They don't want any inside news either. The only news we get about what's happening inside of Gaza now is whatever the Palestinians in Gaza could manage to get out and what Israel says. For the most part, obviously, we can find some things out. We can some recordings without being in Gaza. Footage of that, but inside of Gaza, there's not journalism happening because they're all dead. Here it is. Casualties. Gaza. As of July 25th, 2024, Committee to Protect Journalists done a preliminary investigation that showed that at least 111 journalists and media workers were among the more than 39,000 killed since the war began, making it the deadliest period for journalists since the CPJ began gathering data in 19. Gaza, high risk because they try to cover, blah, blah, blah. Not blah, blah, blah. Obviously, this is all important, but I'm just trying to get past it so back to watching Netanyahu speak. But this has meant that it's becoming increasingly difficult to document the situation. The CPJ is investigating almost 350 cases of potential killings, arrests, and injuries of other journalists. So the 111 number that we had before is just the confirmed journalists that have been killed in Gaza that are not from Gaza. We still have 350 unconfirmed. And again, this is not counting the actual Gazans who are journalists, were slaughtered. Within like the first weeks of the war too, Israel really took them out quite quickly, knowing that they were likely to be this issue. They would document. Can't really document war crimes if you're dead. So they bombed them in their homes. They killed them with their families. It was a concerted effort specifically to kill the journalists off first. And you can evidentiate that. Scared to. If anyone wants to claim that that didn't happen, I mean, your own research. I don't know where you're getting your news. Try something else. You have to have a really good, worth arguing with. Any government does not like press, speech, journalism is, at the very least, working its way towards authoritarian, towards a system in which beliefs and the views of the people are not what drives the motivations of the government. That government drives the motivations of those people. That is what that means. And that's what Israel is like at the moment. News media organization that doesn't say exactly what the state wants is under legal risk, under financial risk. They're all they instantly will get shut down and get charges levied against anyone that they can think of. This is what Trump wants for America, might I add you. Might I add. The thing is, if you censor the media, if you block journalists, if you stop free press and free speech, there's a hole to be filled. And that hole gets filled with whatever you want it to. And generally propaganda. And he knows this. He knows that he's saying this. Oh, God. Get this over.
We recently
Love the protest to go through.
learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protests.
Okay, so the thing he's referring to here, the incident is thing that he's referring to here is much what he said it is. It's stupid. It's a bunch. It was two racist frat boys just running to stop someone. Now, obviously there was a flag burn today in DC, and it has caused some contention. I believe even I'm breaking. I believe Kamala Harris now has spoken out. This is what happens when I start getting tired. I stop remembering words. Disavowed. Has disavowed desecration of the American flag. Said that it is wrong what was done. Yeah, here we go. Now, before we read this, I want to explain my viewpoint on something. Of course, burning flag is action that is going to drop. Now, burning a country's flag is inherently a political action. It is a political statement. No one just burns a flag and is either not either a moron, thinks it's fun, or someone trying to make a political statement. Now, we're talking about the United States of America here. We have the right to freedom of speech. And in that right to freedom of speech comes the right to freedom of protest. Burning a flag, even the American flag, is protected under the Constitution. Does it make it a good thing? No. I am much less attached than most others to nation. I don't really subscribe to the belief that patriotism really good thing, but that's not what we're talking about here. It's desecration of, even especially in America, the American flag is offensive. It's meant to be, you know. It's wrong. It feels wrong. Even to me, doesn't have the same attachment to nationality. Sees it and goes, oh. But there are instances where it is important that the right to do so be preserved. And I believe, regardless of intention by the larger crowd, the point of the action that occurred, we're going to watch the full video, the clips of it after we finish. But American flag was taken down, burned, and a Palestinian flag was raised on the flagpole instead. This is obviously a political message. I don't necessarily believe that every single person who's cheering for the burning of the flag hates America. This was to show that America is, at the very least, indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of Palestinians, if by nothing else supplying Israel with the arms to do. And that is where the idea of that thought process for that action comes from. Now again, burning a flag is a thing that purposefully comfortable. This is a political action for protest. I don't believe that it was wrong. I don't like it. Probably shouldn't burn a flag, but if there's, it was the time. You know, this, if there was ever a time to make that political point of take the American flag down, burn it, raise the Palestinian flag, is during Netanyahu's speech to the United States Congress, in which, as we've been seeing, he spends lying, stoking religious nationalistic rhetoric, being a Nazi, or a Jewish Nazi, the equivalent of said thought process, just changing some stuff around, as I've been explaining. It's that time. And honestly, I'm not even all that mad at Kamala Harris for making the statement to appeal to the center. I am a leftist, obviously. I'm going to be a bit less upset by the desecration of a nationalistic icon than the average Democrat, a liberal, for example. Be a lot more upset about it. And I understand it. It's not an invalid thought process. But I do firmly believe that this was a political protest. And now if evidence was to come out that this person specifically was doing this act by burning the American flag, believe was that personally and specifically being pro-Hamas. That was his whole ideology. That's what he wanted. Pro-Hamas. Then I would say fuck him. Then no. Then burning that flag was wrong. It was a bad thing. Show me that evidence and I'll say that. But as far as I know, this was just an American using their constitution given right to protest. To protest not just a protest, but protest a genocide of an entire population, in an ethnic population, in a small, concentrated area. Let's read what Kamala Harris. So, statement that made yesterday at Union Station in Washington, we saw despicable acts by unpatriotic protesters and dangerous hate rhetoric. That many individuals associating with the brutal terrorist organization Hamas vowed to annihilate the state of Israel and kill Jews. Pro-Hamas graffiti and rhetoric is abhorrent, and we must not tolerate that in our nation. Again, Hamas is bad. Whoever, like, I saw a couple photos of some people walking around the protests with a Hamas flag. Those people are idiots. They know nothing. They are children. They are troglodytes. Their brains are not developed. They're soup in their heads. Just soup. You can throw some bread in there and let it go like soggy, suck it up, and then have a little bowl of soup. These people are children. Because Hamas is not good in any way, shape. Nobody who knows, no American who knows anything about Hamas will support Hamas. And so I condemn these individuals. However, I do respect their constitutionally given right to draw pro-Hamas graffiti rhetoric, even though I personally find it abhorrent, I find it wrong, and I think they're stupid. They still have the right to. This is the point of America. This was one of the founding notions of our country, is that have the right to express self, your beliefs, whether they be political or not, in a non-violent fashion without being censored. And I like that. I agree with it. That's great. I'm on board. There is a middle ground. You have to find one. I support the right to peaceful protest, but let's be clear, anti-Semitism, violence of any kind of no place. I mean, I agree. And I know she has to say this. I think the charges of anti-Semitism, hate, and violence, again, should be placed on Benjamin Netanyahu, as he's the one personally stoking it, even in this speech, by saying that those that are outside of the on Grok, fuck you, Grok, fuck AI. We literally just watched him say that all of the protesters were Iran's useful idiots, support rapists, support the death of babies. I don't know, we like to suck the blood of wife middle of the night. We're vampires now. Yeah, we're vampires. He's doing more to stoke hate and resentment than any other group is right now.
Protesters. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many.
Yes, again, Iran is funding these protests. All political dissent is purposefully manufactured by the invisible enemy, always attacking us. Psychotic to think that Iran is funding pro-Palestine protests. They don't need to fund them, mate. They just happen. Oh, wow. That was a bit Australian of me. The people in America, the population that you're referring to does not need to be paid. We don't money to protest. We protest because we give a shit. We protest because what you're doing is absolutely abhorrent. You are committing a genocide. There are tens of thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians dead because of you and your friends. We don't need someone to pay us to protest. If someone paid me to go to a Palestine protest, you know what I would do? I would take that money. I would go to the protest. I would donate that money to Palestine. I don't need that money. I don't need incentive from a foreign nation to go protest a genocide. Maybe you would, but some of us have something called empathy.
Many, but they're there and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising...
Oh, yes. They don't like the gays in Iran. They don't like the gays in Gaza. Hamas would kill you if they knew you were gay. While Israel also hates the gays. Fucking keep pandering. It's... Oh, God, I hate him so much.
Promoting and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Oh, yeah. Useful idiots. All good.
Some of these protesters, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
Oh, yes. Gays for Gaza is the same as chickens for KFC. Yeah, that's what we're on now. As if... do I even need to dignify this with an answer? Like... Oh my God. The idea that American gays can be for Palestine and for life and liberty and safety. Palestinian does not mean they like Hamas. Does not mean that they wish to live under the laws of current Palestine. They just wish you would stop murdering them.
These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they?
Israel is by definition a settler colonial state. God, like I said, I'm going to make a whole video on this, but a quick little overview. Israel was founded by a diaspora of Jews from other countries. Therefore, they settled the land, and there was already people on said land. They took that land, they colonized it, they called it Israel. Now, get back to the beginning. Settlers colonized land, making them settler colonialists, making the state of Israel settler colonialists, settler colony. Just the words. That's what they mean.
Know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Did you know that a book that was written 2,000 years ago says that some of the main characters were from Israel? Shut the fuck up. No one cares about the Bible. Religious appeal to blood and soil. Just, oh, it's disturbing. Does it over and over again, and watch, they're gonna clap for him.
Prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled.
There's our Christian nationalist fucking Congress members shouting in support of this.
For nearly 4,000 years, the land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always.
Except for when it wasn't. And also during almost that entire time, there was also Muslim Arabs living there. But let's ignore that.
Be our home.
In 100 years. Oh no, you know what? Let's say in 50 years. Can the English go conquer India again? Say like, hey, like a while back, like more than 100 years ago, my great grandfather living on this land in India. That gives me the right to come take it. It's laughably easy to reword these things that he's saying, things that are repulsive to most. It's all how they word it. They frame it. This magical air of God and country and blood and mixing and muddling it all to almost barely coherent ideology that's entirely concerned with just murdering and taking away. Murdering Palestinians, taking their homes, taking their stuff, taking their money, their land.
It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses.
Oh yes, let's make sure that don't forget to say that all of your teachers are Hamas, and that's why all of your kids are Hamas. Throw it in for Trump too. Yeah, that's why Trump needs to get rid of the education system. All the Hamas teachers are making all the little Hamas babies. You know how badly Israel wants to shoot Hamas babies. You wouldn't want us to shoot your Hamas. That oh, he might be. Who knows? At this point.
Years after the Holocaust. 80 years.
It wouldn't surprise me if in like 10 minutes in the speech he advocated for, I don't know, a secret police that goes around looking for teachers and children who support Hamas. I just really God, like evil. A demon. This is a demon. This right here. To all of those Christians watching, this man, his body is filled with a demon. Someone needs to throw some holy water on him. Maybe some salts too. Get the Winchesters. This is a demon. Purge this demon. Get it out of his body. And out of my sight.
After the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context.
Oh yes, I'm sure your context is entirely reliable compared to that of academics.
Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells to spreading plague.
He is solely responsible for the rise in this again. This is happening again. There are constantly ridiculous claims made and claimed on Jews for things that they have not done. And the reason that this is happening is because of Benjamin Netanyahu. It is because he has made it not only believable, but incentivize people to behave like that, to think that, to have these kinds of thoughts and share them with others and spread this word. He is growing Nazism by counts, just personally. I'm going to put back the rest of the video. Got a bit to go. I might just let. No, that's. Hey guys, I am back. Lighting. Oh, that's so much better. I hate this top-down lighting. Oy. Sorry, my headphones are stuck in my chair. Ay. Let's get back to it. Where were we? Oh, hi, V-Sub. I'm back. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. And yes, please refrain from chatting. Not chatting. Spamming. Don't refrain from chatting. Love when you guys chat. Okay. Breath, guys. We can do it. We can get through this.
Plagues, to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled...
Just a side note here. Wait, is there an echo? No, okay. Just a side note here that Benjamin Netanyahu is a Holocaust revisionist. Wait, hold on, I'm hearing an echo. I have to check this now. Please no more friggin' tech issues today. Side note. Interesting. Okay, so there is a bit of an echo. I don't know why. Okay, maybe I can fix that.
For centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel...
Audacity. Okay, I really can't hear that. Oh no. I don't know what this says. Is it this? Okay, yeah, it is this. Cool. The audacity to talk to Congress like that. Don't clap. Listen. when the charges being levied against the state of Israel are so truthful, so factual, that there is the International Criminal Court of Justice 3 days ago or 5 days ago ruled that Israel is an apartheid state. Why would I care what you think are lies? You are the one lying. You are the one causing Jews to be viewed as this manipulative, dominating force. You are the cause of all of the problems that you are listing and assigning to what, like American college students protesting? Get the fuck out of here. You even cared remotely about what this is, you wouldn't be saying the things that you do. You wouldn't be engaging in this way.
As racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world.
Yes, no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise in anti-Semitism when you, the leader of the Israeli state, keep committing war crimes and genocide, and also conflating the state of Israel with every Jew alive. I wonder why there's anti-Semitism on the rise. I wonder who's at fault here. I do. No, I don't.
My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception.
I agree. Which is why I think you need to go. I think you need to be removed. You think you should be rotting in a prison under The Hague, like 900 feet under layers and layers of concrete, like you're a vampire or something. I think someone should come into prison that you're kept in for the crimes that you commit, and I don't know, slaps you around with some garlic every day because you deserve it. I'm getting system notifications. Just gonna turn those off.
And don't be fooled when the blood libels against the Jewish state
Oh
come
yes,
from people
blood libels. That's what we're doing. Blood libels.
who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice. Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza.
Shamefully accused Israel with like an insane amount of evidence pointing to Israel doing. Wait, are you seriously saying that it's
Fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice? Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense.
So this is the point that Bernie Sanders, that we saw earlier, was in reference to. Let me just pull that up again just so we can get a little refresher. This was what Bernie Sanders had to say that statement. Netanyahu is not only a war criminal, he is also a liar. All humanitarian organizations agree, which is true, every single one of them. Tens of thousands of children face starvation because of his extremist government continuing to block aid. They have not stopped blocking aid for months now, even with threats from the United States to, was it, I don't even remember what Biden had said. He redline this, redline that. His threats were never even serious to begin with. It's no surprise that I can't remember them. God knows that Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't remember them, because he genuinely doesn't even care to begin with. And if it's not memorable enough for me to remember, like, he is a filthy fucking liar. And like I said, remember the aid convoy that got bombed and then bombed and then bombed, even though they were talking with the IDF in a designated safe route, making a delivery that was scheduled with the IDF, and you're not killing aid workers? Get the fuck out of here. Yes, the International Criminal Court is shamefully lying. Yes, of course. Everybody but you is Hamas. We're all Hamas. Hamas is the friends we found along the way. It's the meaning of Christmas. It's this ethereal thing that's just assigned to you. Get
a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food.
Excuse me. Do you think that 40,000 aid trucks, that 500,000 tons of food is enough to feed a population of over 2 million for 9 months? For 9 months? I really wish I could just Google what the average, I don't know, yearly weight of a person's food is. I'm not sure that statistic is all that readily available. But it's not that. That's not enough. These numbers are nowhere near enough to support a population of that size for this long, especially one that so at risk of not only malnutrition but medical issues, disease. These people are sick, they're tired, they're injured, wounded. They're not surviving off of this measly amount of food that you've let in. Or they just barely are if they're lucky.
And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, women,
this is
and child.
Bullshit. That's bullshit. Hold on. I'll say that again.
40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food. And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, women, and child in Gaza.
That is a blatant, unprovable, lie. That's a straight up lie. Obviously, no one can call him out on it, say whatever, but that's not even remotely close to true.
If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food,
that's probably closer to less than 1,000 calories per day per person, which, just so you know, no matter what age and how physically active, that is a starvation amount. No human can survive on just that amount of nutrition. And that's if they can even get their hands on it.
it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it.
Oh, yes, of course. Why didn't I think of this? Of course, Hamas must be stealing it. Yes. The imaginary food trucks come into Gaza, and then the imaginary Hamas insurgents that are left come and steal the food truck and bring it to their imaginary secret back cave, adjacent to the dark dungeons where they're keeping the hostages, waiting for, I don't know, Israeli Mario to come and rescue the princess. Who fucking knows?
So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about?
How about all of the videos of civilians being hit? How about all of the refugee camps that were attacked? How about the ambulances in the hospitals? How about those doctors that were found handcuffed and shot in the back of the head execution style? About all of those body parts of Palestinians found after Israeli bulldozers came and destroyed any evidence of what actually happened at Al-Shifa Hospital? What about the hundreds of dead civilians that were found in How about the 9 months of news every single day from basically every single news source on the planet showing you killing civilians, showing you hitting civilian residences, showing you hitting again more refugee camps? We have that, what he's talking about, the ICC ruling, I believe, that the idea that he could claim that Israel isn't killing civilians when part of the evidence used in that hearing was a number of TikToks posted by IDF soldiers in which they are seen dancing, cheering, singing for various things. There's one where they're singing a song about how they want to erase the seed of Palestinians. There's like a different word. It's a religious word that it basically just means Palestinian. We've seen this video. I mean, in fact, I think I can pull this up. I got a couple. One. Yeah, Amalek. That's the word. That means Palestinian. Amalek. Go. For those who don't know, Amalek is a use to describe those who need to be wiped from the face of the earth. Amalek, the Bible tells us, is an evil nation that is to be wiped out completely. Then went on to compare us to Amalek, the biblical nation that God commands to annihilate. Now, the seed that needs to be wiped from the face of the earth, God commands the Jews to annihilate. surely none of these fine young soldiers would purposefully kill a civilian, would they? But what if they're the seed of Obama? This is some... I feel like I'm playing Dark Souls. Seed, you must wipe the seed. This is crazy. These people are crazy. He's crazy. They're crazy. The entirety of the IDF is, by default, crazy. At least while they're in the IDF, probably after. There are no uninvolved civilians. Oh, that answers my question. They would absolutely murder unarmed civilians because to them, they are wiping out a seed of a people that they believe shouldn't exist. That there are no uninvolved civilians. And you think that... And then he comes and says this. Just a little contrast.
The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about?
I wonder, what in God's green earth is he talking about? Well, at the very least, that video, because that was used as evidence. Not that anyone cared, both at the time and now. One more. Videos of Israeli soldiers acting maliciously emerge amid international outcry against tactics in Gaza. This was December last year. It had only been a couple months since the actual war started. Israeli soldiers rummaging through private homes in Gaza, forces destroying plastic figurines in a toy store, or trying to burn food and water supplies in the back of an abandoned truck. Troops with their arms slung around each other, chanting racist slogans as they dance in a circle, like we just saw. Being in the IDF makes you this way by like design. They indoctrinate you. They make you believe all of this crazy shit. And that's why they're so zealous. Another reason why the IDF is actually not all that effective. We saw this on October 7th when they accidentally murdered their own people. Because when you're this zealous and you're this trigger happy, you'll fucking shoot anything. But it doesn't matter whether you... Oh, that person looks kind of brown. That's a Palestinian. Let's go. Oops, sorry, that was an Israeli citizen. Whack-a-mole. Several viral videos and photos emerged of Israeli soldiers behaving in a derogatory manner in Gaza, creating a headache for the Israeli military. Yeah, sure, a little tiny headache that didn't mean anything. Over the years, these aren't even new. Israeli soldiers and members of the US and other militaries have been caught on camera acting inappropriately or maliciously in conflict zones. Again, this doesn't surprise me, but I've never seen any country's military, at least modern day, doing this. Whether or not we do bad shit and record it, of course we do. We all do. Especially us as Americans, you know, go off to war and think about the Iraq War, where we were there to bring them democracy. Step back home, we had songs like "Bomb, Bomb, 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 Iraq." Like I'm copyrights. I don't even know if I'm allowed to sing that song. music copyright. But you understand what I mean. That this is not normal for any, even the Russians don't have this. They have videos of their soldiers doing dumb shit, but not, not Russian soldiers dancing around chanting about how they want to murder every Ukrainian and take back their historical blood and soil homeland. They're just saying they want to do that normally. They're not dancing around in circles and chanting doing it. They're not pretending that they're not doing it. And they are a little bit, but less and less so. But regardless, like even them, even the Russians in Ukraine, who are still at war, have not behaved this way. They just behave like normal people at the very least. They're not zealots. Meanwhile, the IDF are sick. They're literally sick because they've been made sick. They're behaving in insane ways. This in no circumstances is this normal.
The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way.
I'm sure we've all seen these messages, right? Like, we've all seen the notifications of Israel is going to attack this place. You all need to flee Rafah, flee northern Gaza, flee this. There's nowhere for them to go. You can drop as many flyers as you like. You can do this all day long. You can have a never-ending stream. Lights are so annoying. I want to go back to the top line. Charging and swapping them. There is nowhere for these people to go. There has been nowhere for these people to go for months now. Israeli military, the IDF says, oh, you can go back to your homes. Oh, wait, no, you gotta go over here because we're gonna bomb that now. Oh, no, from there, you gotta go over there now because we're gonna bomb that now. Oh, but sorry, we're bombing the road in between. Oh, and here's a bomb just for you, even though we said we weren't gonna bomb you here. The idea that, yes, we sent out a bunch of flyers and text messages is an excuse and justifies you in any way or says that you aren't purposefully killing civilians is a lie. It's a misrepresentation at a bare minimum, but this is just a blatant lie. He's a liar. He's evil. He's the most evil person that I have ever, the most evil person that I have ever had the displeasure of sitting and listening to speak for an hour.
But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques.
Now, again, I will say, Hamas is very bad. This is true. Doesn't justify anything that they have done. But yes, Hamas is bad. Yes, they use tactics that put civilians in harm's way because they know Israel will not care and kill the civilians anyway, and then look terrible to the rest of the world. You are taking the bait, my guy. Maybe if you stop taking the bait, Hamas will stop doing that.
They even shoot their own people.
Yes,
when they try to leave the war zone. A senior
awful.
Hamas official, Fatri Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What
Hamas leaders are disgusting, despicable human beings, just like Benjamin Netanyahu. They all serve to arrested, kept dark, moldy, damp cell deep below the earth. And you understand that makes sense, right? That they are both doing awful things. That maybe terrorist organization that has democratically been put in charge of Gaza might just act like terrorists. No shit. Also democratically elected, because the last election was like 18 years ago and there was one party and all of the guns. And back then, Israel backed them, gave them money. Ooh, wow. I wonder why Hamas just won't go away. Maybe, just maybe, it's that the Israeli government still has a use for them and doesn't want them to go away. I wish Hamas would go away. I wish you would go away too. I wish you two would go away together. You guys can have like gay sex even. I don't care. Just go away. Please. Anywhere. Far, far away.
Monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die.
As if you don't.
So that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war before it's won.
So stop killing the civilians, and then you don't have that problem. You know that, right? Like, you can just not bomb civilians. You cannot choose to not bomb the school, not bomb the hospital, not bomb the refugee. Look, it's really not that hard. Look at me. I'm doing it right now. Right this moment, I am neither bombing a school, a refugee camp, ambulance, anybody. I'm not doing any of it. It's that simple. Do that. Do what I'm doing, which is sitting here and not bombing civilians. See how easy that is? Wow, this is really easy. Maybe people should not bomb civilians more often. If they knew how easy it was, I mean...
This would enable Hamas to survive another day, and as they vowed, to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to...
No, October 7th is coming up. I mean... Did just say they plan to do it again, again, again. You're coming up on a 1-year anniversary. And all you've done in the meantime is radicalize the population of Gaza against you, killed all of their family members and destroyed their homes and raped their women and shot their kids and starved them and give them water or medical attention and oh yeah, murdered everyone trying to help them until people stopped coming. Yeah, I wonder if that might just backfire on you some way. I wonder. Not that I support terrorism. I don't. That's bad. Don't do it. Don't hurt civilians. But talking about realistic expectations here, it's not looking great. Honestly, it hurt to me, but might get a bit ugly. This is just never gonna end. This is a forever war. You guys know this, right? He has no plans of actually eradicating Hamas. Wants this war to spread. Wants Lebanon, Jordan, Iran, America, all of us, all of these pulled in. He wants this war to last forever, and he wants to stay in power, and he wants to win.
I assure you.
Oh, and kill Palestinians. Can't forget that. It's his favorite thing in the world. He kill all of the Palestinians. So, that's also on the list.
No matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen.
I don't know what that was about, but you know what? I'm just gonna imagine that was him saying, a Palestinian child. He'll never allow that to happen.
The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to...
Actually, the vast majority of Americans support a ceasefire. Exactly what the statistic is. Around 2/3 of voters, 67%, support the U.S. calling for a permanent ceasefire and a de-escalation of violence in Gaza. So, more than half.
I say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth, and see through the lies. But
oh, he's talking to Fetterman.
As for the minority that may have fallen for Hamas's con's job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's not true. Please, by all means, if that is true, show me any evidence of such. But, you're a liar. You've been lying this whole time.
That's why, despite all the lies you've heard
from you,
the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare. And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza?
That could be a skewed statistic. It could be a straight-up lie. It's not the truth. I'll say that. The truth from him? No.
It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed.
And maybe there was. Clearly, we can't get an accurate count because we killed all of the people who were meant to kill.
Well, last week, I went into Rafah.
And I killed the Palestinians.
I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah? He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident.
Wait. Hold on. First off, practically. Definitely a lot more than 0. But also, this is a war zone, right? Like, so the story that he just laid out, he is in Rafah and they just cleared out the rest of the Hamas insurgents. Is there an IDF soldier whose job it is to go and dig through the remains of the bodies, as long as they're not mangled to the point where they can't tell, and try and figure out who's a civilian and who's an insurgent? when there's no distinguishing factors on either, because they could be either, like, I suppose if they're carrying a gun, then they're an insurgent, but they all didn't have guns. This is Gaza after all. Maybe some of them had sticks. Maybe it was just a couple of guys trying to defend themselves, and they got counted as an insurgent. This is like the idea that you could walk onto a battlefield and ask the commander which dead folk are supposed to be dead and which dead folk are not supposed to be dead, as if they would have any way of knowing without entirely guessing. And also the act of, like, the what I described of having someone go and, like, this is a dangerous task, and they're not doing that. They don't care. They're not sending an IDF soldier to stand there and, like, dig through the clothing and the pockets and look around. I don't know, do they have Hamas tattoo? Does Hamas even have tattoos? Muslims don't like tattoos. There would be nothing to signify this.
Where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people? The answer is practically none.
Except for the 24 people in the single incident that you just described, that is probably like 1 out of 15 for the first half of that day.
Want to know why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it.
Got them out of harm's way by sending them to the afterlife. I'm sorry, I cannot believe a single kind thing about Netanyahu, about the IDF, about... I will never, ever, ever give the IDF the benefit of the doubt of doing a good in Gaza, in the West Bank, with a Palestinian, regarding a Palestinian, even if there's none around. I can't believe, without evidence, that an IDF soldier say, I like Palestinians, they're cool, probably stop killing. I would never ever believe that without any evidence at this point. That is where we've come to. And by the way, like, that's not a correct thought process. I'm sure there's at least one person in the IDF that doesn't like killing Palestinians. I don't know. People are weird. Who knows? I'm sure there's one. I hope there's one. There might not be one, and I can't tell, and my brain tells me that every single one of them wants to kill every Palestinian scum, and that they're worthless, and that they don't deserve to live, which is Israel. The seed of Amalek. I feel like in my bones, every IDF believes this. Now, that's probably not true. You can't lump a group of people in and generalize a belief and assign it to them. But it's been 9 months of horrific shit after horrific shit that is directly attributed to the idea of, I've yet to see anything good, like meaningfully, authentically, without any self-servingness, good. Saving hostages, is that good? Sure, yes, but it's self-serving. I haven't seen anything that isn't. I haven't seen any goodwill. I haven't seen any indication they don't want every single Palestinian to die.
These heroes here today, the heroic soldiers of Israel, should not be condemned for how they're conducting the war in Gaza. They should be commended for it.
They should be arrested and tried for war crimes, just like you.
I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only lies.
Again, the International Court, that they're lying. ICC shit. No, I never lie, except for like everything I said.
Libelous. They're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent
ICC, downright danger. Trying to shackle Israel's hands? What have you been doing that they want to do that, my guy? Have you maybe been murdering countless civilians? I wonder if that has something to do with it. I wonder if the systematic, intentional starving of a civilian population in an area that you control and don't let them leave might have something to do with the ICC having it out for. Maybe if you stop being an apartheid state, it might ease up. Maybe if you stopped. Just stop. Stop what? Stop.
prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next.
Defending yourselves from what? The people that have like nothing but rocks left to throw? Rubble from their homes that you blew up? That's all they got? But you're defending yourself from that?
And I'll tell you,
Hamas isn't even in Gaza anymore. There's like 5 guys left. There's 5. That's it. All of the rest of them have fucked off somewhere else. They're planning the next October 7th. Thanks to you. You have emboldened them. You have supplied them with everything that they need to do that. I wonder if maybe if it benefits you to do that. It kind of feels a bit sus.
what else is next? The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled.
Oh yes,
That's
yes. If we don't let Israel kill all of the Palestinians, then none of us can ever properly fight terrorism again. This is fascism. This is we must win the war or our entire way of life will be eradicated. That invaders will come. That you will never be able to fight terrorism again. This is your last chance.
What's
As if
on the
we
line?
didn't live through this
So
in
let-
the Iraq War. As if we didn't live through this for 20 years with Afghanistan. Come on.
Let me assure you,
At least wasn't even as bad. But Jesus Christ, come on. Like, come up with something better. Make a real excuse. Or just be honest. I'm sure you could just say it and at least half of the clap for you and you'd still get your money. The world hates you anyway. Half the people in this room hates you anyway. You could just say the truth in the room and not suffer any meaningful consequences. I fully believe that.
the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself.
If he ended that statement with, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled, we will kill every civilian that tries to stop us. Half of that room. Not gonna pick it up.
My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the
Yes, Iran is the thing doing everything. They're the secret puppet master. They're the Jews. As some of your supporters might say, oddly enough.
chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, "We will export our revolution."
God, at this point, fuck, I think I might actually prefer the Ayatollah to you. Like, I'm no fan of Iran, but holy shit. I kind of wish Iran would just let Iran take it, take Israel, take the whole Middle East. Iran could just leave them alone. I don't care. I don't care. I don't. Most of the Middle East likes Iran anyway. Alone, please. Alone. I don't. They're gonna have nukes in like 3 years. We can't even do anything anyway. Even before they have nukes, we could do nothing to Iran except nuke them. Blast all of Iran. That's the only thing we could do. You can't get an army from... Like, we could not invade Iran as America. What are you going to do, Israel? What are you going to do? We would get annihilated if, as America, with our full strength, with no nuclear weapons, tried to invade Iran. We got fucked around in Afghanistan for 2 decades. It was like a third of the size of Iran, and Iran is all mountains. What are we going to do? What are you going to do? You're full of shit. Iran is a weird country in that half of them kind of just want stability, and then the other half are like the religious lunatics, but it feels like the stability crowd is who's running Iran right now, whereas Israel's run entirely by the religious lunatics. Not to say that there's not a lot of religious lunacy going on in Iran either. There is plenty. But you're the one doing the genocide. Leave Iran alone. They've had enough. Give them the teddy bear. Let them sit in the corner, rock back and forth a little bit, and then they can come, I don't know, try and be friends with everyone after. Can't stop them. We're not going to prevent them from getting a nuke. If we could have, we would have already. I mean, the only chance we had was the Iran nuclear deal, and Trump took us out of that, so...
Revolution to the entire world. We will export the Islamic Revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself,
all praise.
Which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And
what makes you think that Iran has the capability to do that? What makes you think they even want to? If Iran was so focused on wanting to spread Islam, their brand of Islam, to the whole world, why aren't they doing anything about it? I mean, sure, they're funding some terrorist groups, but I mean, they're Iran. You're talking about them in a way as if they have an ability to do anything other than arm a couple dozen, like, insurgency groups, a couple parts of the world, mostly close to home and a little bit in Africa. You think if Iran really, really wanted to, had the capability to conquer, colonize, and impose their religious, views on the rest of the world, they wouldn't have tried by now to, like, annex a country or something, even like a small one? I mean, they do border Syria. Syria is barely like a country anymore. Syria is just ruins and then a capital with a couple dozen rich people living it up and a bunch of other people suffering. Iran could take Syria. Easy. Wouldn't even be a fight. Why haven't they? Why haven't they? I mean, they could have taken quite a lot of countries. This is not only a bold-faced lie, but it doesn't even make logical sense.
the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power.
So what you're saying is because America doesn't want them to, that's why Iran hasn't tried to annex a nation. Well, America doesn't want them to develop nuclear weapons. They've been doing that for 10 years. We got them to take a break at some point, but they're still doing it. What makes you think that we could stop them? If they're so powerful, the way that you're saying it, why would America be able to stop them? And if we had that capability, why haven't we already done so? Why haven't we invaded Iran and, I don't know, taken the Ayatollah out? Why? Because we can't. I mean, because they're not actually a threat. I mean, they might be to you, but that's your own fault. They wouldn't have been a threat to you if you shut the fuck up and sat down. I mean, a couple months ago, remember when Israel hit an Iranian consulate in Syria, and Iran's response was to launch a couple of drones and missiles that were weak and not aimed close to major civilian areas, and also notified the entire world like hours prior so that nothing would act like it was a show of force and wasn't intended to have any real civilian impact, because they knew it would escalate if Iran had properly done that attack, if they wanted to, and killed, I don't know, let's just say even like 50 Israelis with that big barrage attack. I don't think that it would I don't think it would cause a bit of a stir. You don't think America would be pissed and something about it? Oh, like, bullshit. They don't want a regional conflict. They want stability. Iran doesn't benefit from the entire Middle East being a war. The only one that does, you.
That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy. Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America."
Yeah, Iran likes to talk shit about America and has for like decades. They've been shouting death to America since like the 80s. The real war for them, it's the same fascist Netanyahu's doing. It's that blood and soil, you know, the enemy within and the enemy without, and the forever war rhetoric. Like, it doesn't change. Fascists are just one kind of fascist and they're the other kind of fascist. The real difference is that one of them's brown and one of them's not, and both hate each other. Fuck you both? How about that? Fuck both of you. How about a real war against fascism? Ooh, I didn't think of that one. How about we consider putting the idea about we start a war on civilian casualties. We start a war to stop, make that number 0. We're gonna put all of our effort, Western might, our American, Israeli, English, French, Jewish, French, German, Australian. Somehow Australia turned into, like, we put all of our heads together, declare war on unnecessary death, on civilian casualty, on starvation. Let's do that. Yeah. How about we do that instead of this? That sounds much better.
Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy. It held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days.
I wonder what happened before that.
Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 U.S. servicemen. In Africa, they bombed American embassies. In Iraq, They supplied explosives to maim and kill thousands of American soldiers.
I wonder if this maybe had something to do with the United States propping up the Shah and, all in all, just being shit to Iran and opening every door needed for the rise of a theocratic, fascistic. Ooh. Maybe, just maybe, we were responsible for the Iranian Revolution. Would that be true? Yes, it's true. We caused the Iranian Revolution.
In America, they actually sent death squads. They sent death squads here to murder a former Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor.
Yes, they did. And it was bad. And it was like 40 years ago. And yes, they're still a democratic country. Have they done that recently? Have they come into the United States and tried to assassinate our government leaders? No, they haven't done that. They have not. Not recently. Not that we're aware of, and not successfully. But sure, 40 years ago they gave it a shot.
As we recently learned, they even brazenly threatened to assassinate President Trump. But Iran understands.
They make threats every day. It's like Kim Jong-un with the nukes. Every day, I'm gonna launch one, I'm gonna do it. Okay? Don't. But what more do you want? They haven't actually done anything. They just say shit.
That to truly challenge America, it must first conquer the Middle East. And for this...
And yet it has not tried. And yet, Iran has not tried to invade another country in the Middle East, even though, continue the war against America, they must first conquer the Middle East, yet they have not tried. They have not done anything that indicates that they are attempting to annex a country. All they've done, not good, but not what you're saying, is armed insurgency. Not anywhere close to that level of influence.
It uses its many proxies, including the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas.
Yes.
Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel.
The pro-American democracy. Huh? I'm not sure either of those statements are factually correct. I could not call, not this Netanyahu's Israel pro-American. I wouldn't call Israel in the last 5 years pro-American. They're pro-Israel. They just like our money. But they hate us. And this man, like we went over earlier, brings this dirty fucking laundry for us to wash, paying our government workers with our tax dollars to wash his suitcases of dirty laundry, when fuck this guy so much. He's such a dishonest asshole. Everything he says is a double meaning, is a lie, is misrepresenting.
That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America. For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran.
You are fighting Hamas and Hezbollah. They are not Iran. They are proxies for Iran. That is not the same thing. It's not even comparable. maybe Hezbollah because they have like a real military, but no. You're fighting for the vast majority, nothing. You're launching bombs at like 5 guys running around Gaza, killing everyone but those 5 guys. I might never gonna get back to the back.
When we fight the Houthis, we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you...
So, that's him saying Israel's going to preemptively strike Iran? I mean, I advise against it.
...come from. We're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you.
Yes, thanks, but, we don't need your protection. We're the United States of fucking America. We protect you. You wouldn't be alive if we weren't sending you billions of dollars a year for your fancy Iron Dome and your endless amount of artillery shells that you can throw at Palestinian children.
My friends, if you remember one thing from the speech, remember this. Our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight, and our victory will be your victory.
Yes, this is definitely not fascistic, you know, national rallying. Let's go kill the enemy. Yay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that victory is in sight. Israel's defeat of Hamas will be a powerful blow to Iran's axis of terror. Another part of that axis, Hezbollah, attacked Israel on October 8th.
Oh, yep, here we go. Here's what's next. We're nearly done with the Hamas chapter because they're getting tired of shooting at those 5 guys. They haven't found them. Hezbollah. Let's do that next. I'll end well.
The day after the Hamas attack, it has launched thousands of missiles and drones against us. 80,000 of our citizens in northern Israel evacuated their homes, becoming effectively refugees in their own land. We are committed to returning them home. We prefer to achieve this diplomatically. But let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes.
We're going to start a war with Hezbollah. That's what he said.
Last Friday, a third Iranian proxy, the Houthis, attacked Tel Aviv with a deadly drone. It exploded a few hundred feet from the American consulate, killing 1 person and injuring 9. On Saturday, I authorized a swift response to that attack. All our enemies should know this. Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price. And as we defend ourselves, on all fronts, I know that America has our back, and I thank you for it. All sides of the aisle, thank you. My friends, for decades, America has provided Israel with generous military assistance, and a grateful Israel has provided America with critical intelligence that saved many lives. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth. I choose my words carefully. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth.
The fanciest ways of bombing Palestinians. It's getting old, but true, and I got nothing else to say because that's what they keep fucking doing. I'd like some new material. Maybe you should try something else. Maybe, instead of killing Palestinian children, like, buy them some food, water, a house, clothes, new parents, toys, and probably, like, a lifetime of therapy.
That help protect both our countries. And we also help keep American boots, we help keep Americans' boots off the ground while protecting our shared interests.
Yes, that's directly just for the Americans watching, because he knows that we don't want to fight a war for him.
In the Middle East. Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask.
No, it's not too much to ask, except you killed them all.
It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to.
And you have never wanted that. There is literal video evidence of you wanting otherwise. Your closest advisor saying that you wanted Hamas to exist because it would drive a wedge between the Palestinian population in Gaza and the Palestinian National Authority? Yeah, I believe so. The existing non-Hamas government was deposed by your support for Hamas, by your government giving money to Hamas. You are a liar. You are a filthy, dirty liar. Do nothing but lie. You do not want this. You do not want a civilian Palestinian government for Gaza. No, you don't.
Man, did you receive? A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us.
That would happen if you stopped killing their families and friends and everyone they know and bombing their houses.
Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied.
It's funny that he's applying those to Palestinians when I would apply those directly to the state of Israel. Demilitarization and de-radicalization.
To Germany and Japan after World War II. And that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security.
Yeah, maybe it would lead to peace if we did it to Israel.
Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza.
His vision sounds horrifyingly scary because obviously the words that he said are not the words that he means. Read between the lines. Like, skip back 30 seconds, listen to that again, and read between the lines. It's horrifying. That this sounds like conversion therapy, but for people who've had their families murdered.
It's
like 5:30 in the morning. I'm so
Now here's
tired.
my vision for the broader Middle East. It's also
Oh God.
shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat.
I'd much rather America secure an alliance with Iran to deal with the growing Israeli threat. And also, that could work. We could de-radicalize Israel. We could give the Palestinians a chance to, I don't know, heal and then maybe work on a one-state solution, and we could maybe influence Iran to chill out a bit. If only. The world can dream. Obviously, that wouldn't work out properly, and obviously that's not possible. But the alternative isn't either. This is Nazi shit. Terrible. I don't want to listen to the rest of it. Like 5 minutes left.
Sacrifice to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both.
Hold on, I just got sent this and I need up here. Tim Pool. Famously a massive grifter. Kamala Harris represents the greatest existential threat to the United States. Unelected, anti-democratic appointment at the 11th hour by the Commucrats. She is Hitler and Stalin combined, but times 200. She is a commu-Nazi despot, come to put conservatives in concentration camp. Wow. This is just pure psychosis. This is like a unheard of level of. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt our last 5 minutes of this psychosis. I just share.
Both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this: no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent. Israel will not bend. We will defend our land. We will defend our people. We will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty, rather victory of liberty over tyranny, victory of...
Didn't he say, like, not that long ago that he doesn't want... Victory, yes.
Life over death, victory of good over evil. That's our solemn commitment. And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity.
Yeah, once they clear out all the Palestinians, they want to make Gaza a nice little resort area. Sand on a beach or something. Cover up all the bones.
Prosperity and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin, in good times and in bad, Israel will always be your loyal friend and your steadfast partner. On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together we shall secure a brilliant future for both our nations. God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America.
Thank God it's over. Okay. So that was that brain damage. But meanwhile, occurring this. I don't particularly think we need to read. I'll give you some highlights here. Protesters demanded that the U.S. stop military aid to Israel, hoisted Palestinian flags, burnt American ones outside of Wednesday by Benjamin Netanyahu. Police pepper spray on thousands of pro-Palestinian capital, seeking the support of the U.S. Gaza. That as well. Crowd failed to obey our orders and move back from our police line. We are deploying pepper spray, trying to cross that line. Finish. While Sarah Bowles, Brett, pharmacy technician in Delaware, who attended the protest and assisted protesters. One of the protesters said police attacked demonstrators marched. Pro-Palestinian universities months been. Let's have a look at this. Which makes sense. I've been big, and this is a big one. There were thousands and thousands of shows.
There is only one solution. Intifada revolution. Intifada revolution. There is only one solution.
Other large. It seems, but does get wilder. This is outside the Watergate Hotel. Netanyahu would have been. I just want to see if anything actually happens with these cops. Wow, what a bitch. I guess she's doing her job, but like, that was one thing that was very unnecessary. I guess the police are just trying to get the protesters off the fence at the moment, which makes sense. But they don't keep making sense. The police have been incredibly violent, not only in this protest, but really in any protest related to we saw this especially with the university protests. They were rough. Yeah, so we got it, but I just want that. Here we go. This was supposed to up.
What are you doing?
There was no reason for that. None. Look at that. Look at that. Just looking for any reason. They just punched that fucking protester right in the face. This is nowhere close to the worst of what it's been. I can't really show some of the worst stuff, but it got bad. The police were brutal, as they are. As you can see, this was them lowering the American flag. This is the incident that we read the Kamala Harris post about. I vibe with this people. So, that's them lighting the flag on fire. And as you can imagine, this pissed a lot of people off. This offended a lot of people, and was effective. Again, I don't advocate for this. Don't burn the flag. But if you're gonna do it, you know, have a good reason. Saying here is God is great, so it's a matter of America is to these protesters supplying the means, continuing to support the ongoing genocide of Palestinians. That is the meaning behind what we are watching right now. It is not, these people don't hate America just because it's America. They hate what's happening and hate America's place in it. Many of these people probably love America, but they hate what's going on. They hate our government, our tax money, and by extension, us being complicit in a genocide. Scuffle happening, clearly. Protesters and anti-protesters. Counter-protesters. Okay, that's enough of that. Then this is them raising the Palestinian flag up instead. If only they had just done this without the burning of it, it would have been optically better. I mean, had they not burned the American flag and drawn Hamas symbols, which are actually Hamas symbols, by the way. Well, if the idiots that had done the Hamas shit and these people not burning the flag were things that had happened, then optically, I mean, like, the right would still call this a riot, regardless of whether there was any violence or any fires or whatnot. But at the very least, wouldn't have. A lot of the left is going to be unhappy now that Kamala Harris said that this was, like, condemned this. And some of the left is going to be happy as something like a flag burning does that. This is almost like a Republican op. The idea of someone burning that flag, forcing Kamala Harris to condemn it because she has to appeal to the moderates of the Democrats. It's just you were never going to get the positive publicity that could have if you had just done this. A lot of people would have still been mad, but you didn't harm the flag. You know, if you just raised the Palestinian one up instead, like you're making a political point, it would have been more manageable of a narrative to tell. But no. Regardless, I do defend those people's freedom to do such a thing. I just wish they hadn't done so. The music at this protest is a vibe. Just like a small flag? Do they not have a bigger flag? Take one from the guy next to you. Okay. So, that was... well, that was what it was. We had some good news. Like I said, have hope. Excited for the possibilities now that we have an actual Democratic candidate who can speak, who can campaign, who can make good points. Build that hope, but keep fighting the good fight. We are not there yet. We got 3 months until this election, and anything can happen at any point in time. Things can change drastically, as we've seen, instantly, with no warning. So keep on your toes. We can do this, guys. We can win. Can make some positive change. In regards to Israel, I don't know what to say. I mean, you can hope for Kamala Harris to have a better outlook, have better methods. Maybe she hates Netanyahu's guts enough that she doesn't work with it at all. Maybe she. I don't want to speculate, but unfortunately, there's probably not going to be much of a change in how the U.S. officially deals with Israel. There might be some changes, but overall, I don't see it suddenly. I don't see Kamala Harris single-handedly stopping the genocide tomorrow. Show the truth. Like, find truth. Show it to your friends that don't already know. It's so widely available. I mean, just that video that we watched of chanting alone is enough to convince some people. Don't give up hope. Fighting the good fight. Free Palestine. So it's free. And it or never will be. Have to keep trying. Smart. We're in a political climate where everyone's actions are like analyzed to an extent that we're not used to. Every minute detail, everything they say is something that the right might try and spin. We don't want to give them anything. We don't want to give them any, especially while they're flailing, especially while they don't have anything to go off of. Don't give. It's hard, obviously, but do our best. And I believe in us. I believe in the United States of America. I believe we can be this specter of fascism. I believe that we can make positive changes. I believe that any of us, as individuals of any country, make positive change in our home, in our country, by trying to get new people into at least paying attention to. I hear this a lot of, yeah, I don't like politics because it's boring, or I don't like politics because it's sad. These are purposefully weird feelings. They don't want you to like politics. They don't want you to care. Because if you don't care, then you probably don't vote. If you don't vote, then Republicans almost always win. Oh. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This was quite a long one at 6 hours. And we had quite a bit of tech support. Hopefully, we're all fixed now. That out for next time to prevent that from happening again. I want to thank you guys for your chats that you. I absolutely love getting chats from you guys. Please talk to each other. Let's form a community. Let's make something here and work a goal. Let's make positive change wherever we are in the world. That simple. All I really want. So